Hello everyone! Is this actually working? He says. Theoretically. Theoretically, it is working. Now, is Patreon working? Of course it's not. Give me another 2 seconds. Patreon was supposed to go live. Patreon has not gone live. Patreon is trying to cause me stress. This is not going to be nice. Why do I need to log in again? I have been working on you for the last 15 minutes. Why do I need to log into you again? Oh, patron, I've been working on you since about 7 o'clock today. I have been literally shredding you up for the last 20 minutes, actually. I thought it was... Because it's supposed to go live at 1:30 when I went live on the video. And that was going to be really cool. It was going to work, and it was going to be synergistic, and everything was going to work fine. And as normal, it was not synergistic, and it didn't work fine, and frig it. Ay, caramba. Okay. Ay, caramba. So, is it working now? Nope, still not working. Okay. Okay, work. Then I will start the questions. Top. Oh, that was the problem. At least I hope that was not the problem. Right then. Please, someone go check and see if it's working for them, if Patreon 2024 vote, June 2024 vote is live, allowing multiple choice, and has a correct end date of next Sunday. Can someone please go and do that for me, because frankly, Patreon is trying to drive me up the frigging proverbial wall. I do apologise to everyone for being so late. That was not my intention. It's just been fun. It has been really fun. Hello everyone. let's do that live chat, and then I'll set that up as start a Q&A. This is Patreon 148, isn't it? Brain engage, yes, it is. It's on Patreon. Thank you. Boxes. Hello, Dan Freeman. I have Patreon and everything. That is excellent. Hello, everyone. There are new mods in the chat. I should warn people. There are people I've made mods on Twitch, so I decided, and then mods on Discord, so I decided there should be mods in YouTube as well, because it seems only fair. And Runon is trying to run, but he will not fight. He will not hide. They will not hide. Nope. I need to go into that system and that system, and I have found Runon. So, yay. Hello, Eric. There we go. We have standardized. All moderators are now moderators on everything that they are on. So, I have they are all moderators. That makes my life a little bit easier. If I see that name, I know there's a moderator on. Right then, let's get the questions working, shall we? So, let's get the questions working. And let's pop out that chat. Mute that, gentlemen. Make sure it's playing. And have this put as live chat. And then window capture properties. Yes, it worked on that side. And Windows Capture Properties. Browse. Yes. And it works on that side. Yay! I've got them both working. Broadly speaking, okay? Broadly speaking. Let's be on. Let's be happy with the small mercies we've got. It's broadly speaking working. Okay? Hello, everyone. Am I Twitch mod now? You should be Seneca. Hello, Robert Dunnett. How did the Royal Navy react to the growth of the USN during World War II? Mostly with glee. It was kind of useful for them. Let's put it this way. The Royal Navy in World War II, Britain's fighting a war. One of the things that Britain has this amazing ability to do is usually during a war they'll focus on what's the war, they'll deal with the problems that are going to be created after the war. But also you have Britain is the fact is they're that much further along around the decolonisation plan. The Commonwealth, or what I call the Commonwealthization plan. That's sort of more what Britain's pursuing, the Commonwealthization rather than the decolonisation plan. There is a reason the Commonwealth came into existence and has worked as well as it has. That doesn't just happen. There are people who teach us a quirk of fate and go, yeah, this is a really weird occurrence. You're not sure why this happened. And they sort of go, that's because the British government pretty much planned it. The British put a lot of effort into creating the circumstance whereby the Commonwealth came to be. They were very keen on it as an idea. So the thing is, there's part of them which is not worried about it, because to their mind, any future scenario, the burden sharing is going to be across all the Commonwealth nations, all the dominions, and all the, all the various power member nations are going to be pulling their share. And basically that's the British idea of almost continuing the legacy of their empire in a way that preserves British power. But what can I say? The Commonwealth goes on to be very different, but also very much more than that. It exceeds that in many ways because of the different people who run it and the different in the Commonwealth. Seneca going, I am a mod, I cannot be banned at this point. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. Only Dan and Melanie have the power to to mute other mods. So, questions? Listen, is HMS Eagle a good metric for a Francisco Caracola class aircraft current size and knowing? It depends. It's definitely a good base point. I would say it's a far better base point than the Burn to draw from, but yeah. It'll do. If you want a quick rubric to draw from, yes, that would make sense. You may be out of snacks. Fun times, Tim O'Neill. Hello. Add more admin. Aside from patron voting today, is just questions and book packing. Yes, today is just questions and book packing because A, I'm behind on book packing. B, I am tired as anything in terms of book packing, and I just want to get it done. And C, I've had some sleep, but also if I keep reading books, they never get packed in there. So basically, here's the thing: you are all watching me, and here's my plan. If I hold on to the book for too long, when I'm in front of you all, instead of packing it, I'm reading it, you can tell me off. So this is my plan. This is the fun for you and a necessary ingredient I need for me to stop me reading the books instead of packing the books. Thank you, Robert Denner, for joining my patron. And the vote, as always, is multiple choice. Now, what else was I going to say today? Did I have any more admin points to make? I have to say I have been enjoying some of the comments back on the Bamberg instead of Fisher. I do especially love, there is a couple of people who are, and I'm not going to name names, and I realise where it comes from, but I'm just going to put a little poll in the chat, and this is why I have two chat screens open now. So, because the amount of people who honestly believe, and I was sitting there going, it's an interesting one, but here's the thing: if the HMS Agincourt comes into service in 1916, considering the dates of the order of the Colorados and the South Dakotas, I can't imagine they're not 18-inch gunships too. And so that changes the Washington Treaty. And if The 4 admirals are built. Look, you can ignore HMS Hood, because she's a 15-inch gunship. She might be near the 42,000 tons in standard, but she is a 15-inch gun ship, and she's only got 8 15-inch guns. If you are talking about a class of HMS Agincourt with 6 18-inch guns, and probably a speed of roughly 28 knots, and then a class of 4 more capital ships with 8 18-inch guns and a speed of 28 knots, and they're all fast battleships, I cannot see the US Navy and even the US Congress going at Washington, we're going to make the treaty limit 16 inches. I also can't see it getting past Japan. Because Japan's going to turn around and go, no, we want an 18-inch ship because the British have an 18-inch ship. And there's no Washington Treaty if Britain and Japan do not sign up to the treaty. It's an interesting thing. How big would a Colorado of 18 inches be? Well, the Colorado class, if I remember correctly, they have therefore twin turrets. So they'd probably have to grow by somewhere in the region of 10 to 15% at least. Probably 15% considering how tight they are. And, you know, then you've got, if Britain have got a fast battleship, did the Italians accelerate the Francesco Caracciola scenario? Did the Japanese? You know, I do not think that fundamentally the Washington Treaty could say the same. But the amount of people writing the Washington Treaty would say the same. Also, kudos. Kudos. I do love it. I'm, again, not going to name names. But someone thought I had the power to define what a fast battleship was. That it was my definition. Was to say what drew the cutoff line at 28 knots. Thank you. Today I needed that ego boost. It actually had to make me giggle. It made me giggle because it was such. I treated it as a. You're so kind. This is just kind to me because I don't have that. I'm just using the policies that they set out at the time. And you can go through the arguments of why was it not 27 knots? Why was it not 26 knots? And that's really the scenario you get into. But it was 28 knots because of the early battle cruisers, but also it was 28 knots because that was the next point in evolution. If you look at the speed generation, they've gone 18 to 21 knots. If you look at when you're sort of evolving, battleships achieving cruiser speeds were roughly 28 knots and above. So that's it. That's the reference of fast battleship. It's when a battleship can achieve cruiser speeds. As in the cruiser speed bracket. Gonna leave the Q&A, the poll live for a bit. The treaties would still be friggin' ugly, yes. Oh, well, you see, that's the trouble. Congress might go, we still want to build 16-inch gun ships. The trouble is, it's very hard to write a treaty where we're grandfathering in both Japan and Britain having 18-inch ships. How many does Britain have? 5. How many does Japan have? 3. How many do we have? 0. And we're going to turn around to the US public and we're going to tell them, don't worry, we have a navy that is third to everyone. Because you have to remember, the strategic debate at the time is... Well, strategic debate at the time is size of guns when it comes to capital ships. When it comes to battleships and battlecruisers, it's how big their guns are. So, yeah, you know, basically, the scenario you're dealing with, it's not necessarily war hawks in the US Navy, in the US Congress. It's all the American senators walking around knowing that they are just that bit smaller than everyone else. And you might think they'd rise above that. You might think that wouldn't matter to them. But it would be something they'd remember every day. Every single day. Because someone would remind them. A reporter. A British ambassador. A battleship visiting from Japan. All these things would remind them. Now, define the QEs then. Still dreadnoughts? They're super dreadnoughts, but they're still dreadnoughts, yes. That's the thing. They're super dreadnoughts, and even they're not the original super dreadnoughts. The Orions were originally called super dreadnoughts. It just didn't stick because they only had a 13.5-inch gun. Now, my coach, one of two. With Patreon topics, you have to cover a wide time period. To date, you've ranged from the Roman Empire to the Sith Empire, and you never know what topics the Patreon will come up with next. Okay. Any patrons that caused a what the frigate moment when you first read them, which led to valuable, worthwhile research on your part, which you'd otherwise have not undertaken? There have been a few of the alternate histories have been really interesting on that front. There is one which gives me minor kittens every time I read it, and that's Runon to Garden Shed one, but that's mainly because one man's shed is another man's minor stables. You know, some of there is the great talk that one of the senior director of Rolls-Royce did all his work in his garden shed. It's just his shed was a stables big enough to accommodate about 40 horses. It just didn't. That's the problem. It's the definition of shed. It gets interesting. Surely an 18-inch Colorado is effectively South Dakota. Well, see, you have to remember, South Dakota is 12. 16-inch guns, and also is a 23-knot ship, not a 21-knot ship. So they've grown for different, for other reasons as well. So that's the reason. That's about they've gone up by about 10,000 tons in comparison. So that's the scenario for, you know, that one. Seriously, how many frigging times do I have to log in to get this to work? Goodness gracious me. I know. My password is way, way too long, but I enjoy it being long. Right then. Now, let's go for some of the questions again. Clarke, I see the chemical dehumidifier, which I take is to stop modern books. Have you thought about an electric one run from solar when you build the office in a new place? Potentially. Potentially. There's all sorts of options. I have a dehumidifier out here. I have electric radiators. I have everything to balance the temperature and make sure it's okay for the books. So the entire room will be structured around the books, not the humans. Sure, if you could choose any Admiral sort of Sea Lords in World War II, who would get which job? Henderson would get Third Sea Lord, obviously. Pound gets a bad rap because of the brain tuner and PQ-17 issue, but he was doing the best he could on the intelligence he had at the time. Whilst Henderson is a good choice of third Sea Lord prior to war, I like him out there commanding a fleet. Honestly, running the Far East or something like that would be very, very useful because he could do that. You'd have to go for a lot of admirals, but because the trouble is, who you have as First Sea Lord is who you don't have out commanding fleets at sea. And as I tried to explain when I was talking about Battenberg versus Fisher, the First Sea Lord is far more of a CFO than a CEO. You know, we imagine them, these CEOs and running organizations, doing all that. Yeah, they're running the organization, but they're more about making sure everything's working, all the administration's working, and all the stuff is going ahead, and advising the ministers who are supposed to be acting as the CEOs. They don't always act as it, and then people go, well, the strategy really should come from Naval. So no, it shouldn't. The naval officers provide the operational framework and the advice for the ministers to choose, but the ministers should choose it. That's how it runs in a civilian country, in a country which is run by run by the civilians. If you want to hand over all power of strategy and security to the armed forces, that is called a military dictatorship. So you don't do that. You advise them. And it's when you start having this scenario, this is one of the troubles I think with a lot of the modern politics in the UK, but in part of the world, is that politicians no longer see themselves as having to be the strategists, as having to be the ones directing and thinking about sort of all these operations around the world and thinking about the realities of those things and providing the point at which the information from the diplomats, the military, the intelligence service, all that comes together to try and make them with them making decision in the room. Too often, it's their only time they start thinking about it is that when they become prime minister or president, and that's too late. You need to have started thinking about it beforehand. You need to start prepping for it beforehand. And just going, I've got good advisors, doesn't help. Because there's this old phrase, garbage in, garbage out, or picnic, problem in chair, not in computer. Pick your favourite one from IT, but it all boils down to the same thing. If you don't know what is the good information, what is bad information, if you have no frame of reference to make a decision from, then I could be telling you absolute gobbledygook. But if it sounds good, you believe what I'm saying, and that guides your decision making. And that's a problem. Then I keep forgetting that I play some more that worry about community books. I don't know how he does it. I don't need to. Yeah, the trouble is UK can change between the two. Let's see, Mitchell. Follow-up question. After A6M in Med, would the A6M be the same without the second assigned Japanese war? Probably not, but would not be too dissimilar. And honestly, after it's had experience in the Med training, it might change again. The Brook. Would Churchill's Dodecanese campaign have changed the Med training significantly if it had been successful? I don't know if I'd describe it as changing it significantly. I don't know if I describe it as changing it significantly. But it would certainly have an impact. I think it's a while to go before it gets to what we call a significant impact. But cumulatively, it could be one of the deaths of 1,000 cuts which takes place. I can't remember. Show a picture. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. Some of the. Don't get me started on the cottage. I had to. This is true story. I had to. I was driving one of my friends from school. This was during the university years. I was giving him a lift, and I picked him up. And as you know, I was a scholarship boy out of school, but this was the kid who. Honestly, their family didn't live in a house too dissimilar to ours, and yes, their dad was far more successful at not spending all his money on random things. Might explain why I'm a bit of a book and financial hoarder. When I have any money, it gets hoarded. Other than spent on books, and then the books get hoarded. That one, but we'll leave that to one side. Anyway, so I drove him to the uncle's place. He said, "Don't worry, it's just my uncle's cottage." First clue it wasn't a cottage was the fact there was a gatehouse where their cousin lived. And the gatehouse, I swear, was at least the size of an average 5-bedroom detached house. Okay, drove through that. Thought, yeah, this is a cottage like my... And it was a cottage because it wasn't the main house. The cottage was about 3 times the size of the gatehouse. The main house, because we got to the cottage, and then the dad said, the uncle said, "Oh, you've got to go see my dad to go see his book collection because you'll really like his books." Okay, that's down the road. Drove up, full stately house. Sort of going. I'm in trainers. Let me just check if I've got smart shoes in my boot. You don't need to. No, let me check if I've got smart shoes in my boot. Seriously, I'm going to do that now. It was an experience. It was. So, Team Looker, on the invasion of Pelu, there were supply issues of water. Did the US owned ships have desalination facilities on board, or is there another explanation why there's lack of fresh water? They did have facilities on board, but the trouble is they didn't have enough to keep up with demand. You see, when you're taking part in operations, especially like Pelu, you can use a lot of water very quickly. People in those kinds of operations tend to use a lot of water because they drink more. B, use water for cooling things like mortars, etc., and that can get you going through water. C, the ships will tend to be using water more as well, because honestly, ships are like cars. If you want to use petrol and sort of coolant up, you keep running them on short trips in bursts. You don't give them a nice long journey to smooth out and even out the usage. And so all those things rather overwhelmed a lot of systems. So that was one of the lessons learned from it. Look, I was very happy in that library, and even happier when I saw chocolate cake. Which the very, very nice housekeeper / head cook, I think, brought in. Or rather, housekeeper / pastry chef. I know it wasn't the grandma. Because she was out riding. And I saw her at the end of the day when I was leaving because she just got back, and the horse was lovely. Horse was lovely. Seneca, no, the thing is, I would agree on I didn't care I was in a t-shirt or anything like that. I did care that I was going into a smart house, and my mother has drilled into me, thou shalt wear smart shoes when going into a smart property. Not trainers which one uses for walking the dogs. They go off at the door, and I had no desire to be walking around bare in my socks. So, yeah. Oh. Right. Black Masters. The arrangement of 5-inch 38 guns on the refitted Tennessee class battleships. What advantages and disadvantages does this have? Okay. Well, the refit is kind of a fun one, let's be honest. Do I have a picture of it? Do I have a picture of it post-modernization? I do have a picture of it post-modernization. Ba-da-da-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Yeah, that's not in the right place, is it? No, that's not. That's definitely not in the right place. You all can't see the mess I can see at the moment. I can see where the image has disappeared to. Ba-da-dum-dum. Yeah. So, now we have... Well, I think this is the USS Tennessee herself from my notes. I can go through this. As you can see, the advantages of the 5-inch guns being arranged like this is that means you have 8 theoretical coverage on all sides and all angles. Now, yes, there are some areas very close to the front, very close to the bow and stern, but that's going to be very tight. But by being arranged so that the middle pair can fire over the outer pair on both sides, it means you can have 4 guns fire forward to cover the full, let's say, forward port quarter, and 4 cover the aft port quarter, and the same on both sides. So that means you can theoretically have whichever angle you're coming from, most likely they can quickly bring 8 5-inch guns to bear on you. Which is useful, because that gives you enough volume of fire going up to really make someone have a bad day. So that's what that's the whole point of it. Blackmasters, if the cruiser joined the Battle of Denmark Straits, how could this affect the battle? Well, A, they could have provided spotting, but B, they would have probably distracted, to an extent, Bismarck and Prince Eugen. And they would have added to volume of fire. So, if they've been blasting away at Prince Eugen, and that's the thing, it's the kind of extra fire added in, and it's going to have an impact. Does it distract Bismarck? Does Bismarck focus in on a county by mistake because it mistakes the outline for Hood or something like that? Potentially. Let's be honest. The counties are designed to have a battleship-like outline. Same with, let's be honest, the tribals having a cruiser-like outline or similar above. So it could have distracted that. But more importantly, it would be the extra volume of fire and extra spotting it would add in. And that would have been useful. Dave Harrison, I would say fearing Leslie would be better than fearing horses. He's the one who can shoot arrows at you. Horses can merely run after you. You jump over a fence, you're fine from horses. Most horses don't like to jump themselves over fences if they can avoid it. Leslie can jump over fences and will still follow you with the arrows. And there is also the scenario that even if Bismarck and Prince Jürgen do switch around, as they did historically, and that caused fun with the aiming, which everyone has brought up. The thing is, then Bismarck is being engaged by the 2 8-inch gun cruisers, maybe, if they mistake that. Which means it's not exactly going unattended. It's still getting hit, isn't it? Yes, they're not the same firepower as the 15-inch and 14-inch shells. But just ask Scharnhorst what happens when a 6-inch shell hits the wrong place. It sends all your fire control up the wall. And the other thing is, if they are sighting in on it, there's more likely, with their 4 ships looking at it, 4 gunnery, they're more likely to spot the problem earlier and go, excuse me, Bismarck is the one behind, not the one in front, or the one in front, not the one behind, depending on where they are. We either need to switch round or switch gunnery targets. Dave Harrison, horses have jumped over 2 fences to go after me. Family trait. I'd still say Leslie's scarier than a horse, but I can understand your concern. Stephen Richards, if Greyhound, the skipper of the Grey Wolf taunts Tom Hanks on the radio, does this happen in real life? No. I know there's the fabulous I'm Polish, etc., but most submarine commanders don't want to do that silly stuff. And taunting it on the radio is not necessarily a good idea. There are lots of stories about we heard this happened, but actually trying to track down an actual account of it happening has so far proved fruitless for me. If someone can actually provide events, not as I've so far found every time I looked at it, an example of we heard this happen, of someone writing we heard this happen to another ship, but someone who's on the ship, in the radio room or the bridge, i.e. the places where they'll actually be there and hear, and I actually did hear it happen and wrote an account of it, I would love to read it. But so far it hasn't happened. Leslie Mitchell, I'm a nice person, I'll have you know. Yes, the same as my mum's a nice person. I still wouldn't annoy her. Scooter GP, would you consider a video analysing the ships of Babylon 5? Yes, but like Drac, I have a similar rule that if I'm going to analyse it, it's not going to be alive because I'm going to get Jamie Seedale of Armoured Carriers on because it's his absolute favourite franchise. Probably would try and get Drac, and all 3 of us would have to have a go at it. Actually, we do have a video programmed in for later this year between me and Drac already. So that'll be fun. Knights of Gary Question 59. Why were 1959 and 62 so bad for Age of Essential for carrier crashes? I think that's when she's working up air groups from memory, but that's from memory. It could just be luck of the draw, it could be where she's operating, or it could be she's working up air groups, and those tend to be the worst periods. But that's from memory. I'd have to go do a lot of investigation and work that one out. And filling in the paperwork is the pain. You see, the trouble is, Leslie, I hear that from my mother as well. So this is where I worry. That's better. And that's better. Nothing. What defines guided missile destroyers and guided missile frigates? Now that's an interesting thing. You see, guided missile destroyers are almost always bigger than guided missile frigates in the same period. But due to the size and growth of systems, that has meant that actually that often nowadays modern guided missile frigates are bigger than older guided missile destroyers, and moving forward. So realistically, what defines a destroyer versus a frigate? Two things. Usually the relative seniority of the commanding officer and assigned to it, so its role within the task force. And two, I would say one is more usually associated with area defense duties. So a guided missile destroyer will tend to have an area defense capability, whereas a guided missile frigate will tend to have a point defense capability. Now, this is not always the case, and there are some navies which call all their ships frigates, despite the fact they really should be classifying them as destroyers because of their function. And that's the problem, because I would say a lot of the escort phraseology has really got mixed up. And these days, it's almost become that a frigate means it's an ASW vessel, and a destroyer means it's an air defense vessel. And that's how we roughly group them, because they are such a muchness. They are so much of a muchness. Black Maximus, what if a Gepard class set the standards for destroyer tonnage limits and the London Treaty? Ooh. Let's see, Contra Topilia. They had an interesting relationship with the Royal Navy Travel Class destroyers. I do know that, the Gephards. What do I say from memory? Well, honestly, you probably end up with a destroyer leader being defined as 2,500 tons rather than 1,850 tons. If that's the case, if it's 2,500 tons, not 1,850 tons, then you have fun, basically. If we consider the Royal Navy are designing 1,850 tons for the Travel Class destroyers, you add another 550 tons onto, 650 tons onto that in standard displacement. The Royal Navy can do a lot with that. I mean, A, the Tribals would have had 2 quintuple torpedo launchers. B, they'd have probably managed to get the 4.5-inch dual purpose on mounts working on the tonnage they could allow them at that time. So they would have had those. They might have even had 4.5-inch, not too dissimilar to, in pre-World War II terms, similar to what are put on the Daring class. And, that would have been very interesting, considering they have the guns. It's just the mount system which they can't fit in, so, with that as limit, you could... Basically, the Travel Class destroyers get a whole lot nastier. And if 2,500 tons is your displacement limit for your destroyer leaders, you probably raise your individual destroyer limit to 2,000 tons instead of 500 tons. And, go through the Royal Navy standard destroyers from about 1930 onwards and add on 500 tons and just see how much fun the Royal Navy has. the plan was to have them, Mrs. Drack and Mrs. Clarke, my mum, um, in charge of some of the things at the conference. They might be assisted by other scary options. There are, believe it or not, assistants we can add to them. Goodness gracious me. The Roberts class monitors. Yes, more fun of Churchill claiming he was he caused them to be created. Not really. They're laid down in April 1940 and April 1941. They're all Navy's spare 15-inch guns, and then they have to do amphibious warfare. They built monitors in World War One. They built. Let's put it this way. Here is how we track whether HMS Agincourt what gun she's going to have, and why me and Drac are so convinced she's not a regular 15-inch gun battleship, as in Queen Elizabeth's class. Okay. So they ordered the turrets. We know they ordered turrets for all these ships at the same time, because they ordered the same. Turrets are long lead items along with engines. If you're ordering engines, you order turrets at the same time. Right. So, how many turrets are on the Renown class? 6. 3 on each vessel. So that gets us to 6, right? Then we have... How many turrets on Courageous and Glorious? 4. That gets us to 10. 10 turrets. How many turrets on the Marshal Nays? I think it was the Nays, wasn't it? I think it was the Nays. Two, 1 on each. Marshal Ney and Marshal Salt. So that's 12 15-inch turrets. There are 3 R-class battleships cancelled. That's 12 turrets. Hang on, I have 16 turrets theoretically ordered, and they should all be in the same position because they're all ordered at the same time. Where are the 4 turrets for Agincourt, and why aren't they used? The Royal Navy built after the Marshal Ney, they build a lot. They've got Lord Clive's class, which they put 14-inch turrets on, which they get off the Americans. They used 12-inch guns for them. And the Abercrombie class used the 14-inch guns they got off the Americans. And, you go through all these ships and you're going, hang on, there's something missing here. And you get to the M15s and they've got 6-inch guns. The M29s, they've got, 9.2-inch guns and all these things. And you sit there, what's going on here? Where are my 4 15-inch turrets gone? They don't turn up in World War II. World War I. They don't turn up. So there's 4 missing turrets. And we know they're not the turrets used on Furious and Furious, because that turret has to be specially made and all sorts of modded around. If the Queen Elizabeth class had the same length of beam ratio as the Lion class battlecruiser, could they fit enough boilers to reach 26 knots? Okay, I need to do some maths on that one. Let me just check using maths. So, if I'm going to actually take HMS Tiger, because she's the contemporary battlecruiser, not the line class. I'm going to take Tiger. I think I'm going to do it in meters, because then that's easier. Da 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 da. So their draft's actually slightly deeper, which actually will help them, so I can leave the draft the same. So if I do... Well, the really curious thing, okay, the curious thing is HMS Tiger and the Queen Elizabeth class both have the same beam. They both have a beam of 27.6 meters. So they both have the same beam, okay? The Lion class has a beam of 27 meters. And their length is 213.4 meters versus the HMS Tigers, which is 214.6 meters. So basically, we're saying if you make the Queen Elizabeth class an extra 18.4 meters long, do you have enough space? Well, again, what's the difference? That has 39 boilers, that has 24. The thing is, they both have 4 turrets. They both have... They have 3. It has 3. That's twin 40, 13.5, so that's twin 15s. Honestly, if you want to make something as dense as the Queen Elizabeth is, as 26 knots, etc., all those things, you are different between them. That's 4 knots, so that's 24, 39. So that's a 15 knots, so you'd need to get at least a 32. Yeah, that would work, actually. Mass-wise, yes, so roughly a length of the same length. If you expanded a Queen of the class to roughly the length of a Tiger class, you could probably get it to 26 knots with the space you got in. If you want to get it to 28 knots, you are probably, and you're taking up those guns, you are probably going up to 218, 220 meters. So again, you're not going to a massive length. One of the interesting conversations I've had with people especially just as it comes up with HMS Agincourt and discussions about that. It's going around, is going, well, how long, how long would she have to be? And Hood's 262.3 meters long. We're talking about something which is going to be at least 40 meters shorter than a Hood. That's not a big strain on the British shipyards to build. And Hood has a beam of 31.8 meters. Blackmores, when did small tube boilers become viable to put in ships? Well, here's the interesting thing. Okay, if you're the Italian Navy, they ordered them for the Francisco Caracola class, which are ordered in early 1914. So I would say 1913, 1914 is about when they become definitely viable, and honestly, I would say you could probably, if you were Britain and able to put a lot of pressure on the manufacturers of the small tube boilers, you could have probably pushed them a little bit earlier. But I would say it's definitely early enough that vessels like, well, for example, Agincourt, the Courageous class, how fitted with them. And the Courageous class, as I've said before, I'm fairly sure they get Agincourt's small tube boilers. So, yeah, I would say 1913, 1914, you've got small tube boilers of a reliable enough pattern that they could do it. And Jellicoe had felt they were reliable enough earlier. He'd wanted them the Queen Elizabeth from the start, back in 1911 when they started work on it. And he was dissuaded by the industry. So, it's an interesting scenario. Ronan, can you go into greater depth about the taboo around mentioning royals in Parliament? Now, there are all sorts of discussions and traditions when it comes to the royals in Parliament. I'm trying to look at the one. I'm trying to find the actual. I'm actually on the Parliamentary website looking at the actual definition. So I've brought up Erskine May. Come on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Just finding it. Okay, use of monarch's name. Sorry, this is turning into a search one, but it's literally I want to have the exact rule to discuss with you. One section, view. I want that actual section of Erskine May. I want the section. You're telling me you're giving me the footnote to the section for Erskine May, but I want the actual section. I wonder if I can search for that one. Well, that's unhelpful. I think it's basically, and I'm very sorry, I cannot find the actual rule. I will have to find my actual physical copy of Erskine May. I do have, unless I box it up, I do have a copy of Erskine May, which is the actual guide to the British Parliament rules. It's written by a clerk of Parliament, and he wrote down what is considered the Bible in terms of parliamentary operations. But basically, it means you're not allowed to invoke the royal family or use their name or the monarch's name to influence the debates. You're not allowed to bring them into debates in order to influence the debate. So at no point you're not really supposed to discuss the royal family in Parliament unless it's sort of a meritorious occasion. You're just announcing the king has had a child or whatever. So it's pretty much, there are very limited things to what you should discuss about the royal family and the monarch and bringing the monarch into Parliament. There are certain times when it's allowed and it's discussed, as part of funding bills and those things. You can discuss the royal house, the royal estate, and those things. But you should not bring the monarch's name into it. So you cannot say to Queen Elizabeth or Her Majesty or something like that, because you're not supposed to be using that to try and sway the house. And it's a legacy of the Civil War. It's a legacy of all sorts of interesting pieces of history. But there is an actual paragraph which describes it all and defines it all in Erskine May. And the Parliamentary's online version of Erskine May will not give up its secrets. Stephen Richards, how much money would it take to develop an 18-inch gun? How long is a piece of string? No, that's... The thing is, when you try and start to search for accurate figures on how to development of 15-inch and all these sort of guns, it becomes kind of interesting, because they're part of an ongoing fund of development, and funding comes from both government purchases and government funding, but also from private investment. And a lot of competition between the companies. So actually narrowing down the figures spent to develop these guns is nigh on impossible. It's kind of like if you ask me how much does the Chinese government spend on defense, I would sit there and go, They have an official figure. Everyone knows that official figure is not true. Everyone knows. And it's the same when we talk about the US. There are all sorts of programs which bleed into defense and all sorts of programs which bleed out of defense. So that it's for different reasons, basically. There is a lot of alcohol going on in the chat. As long as none of you are matching me drink for drink with the Iron Brew with the alcohol, we're fine. If you are trying to keep up with me with the alcohol, then I pity your livers. Yes, you can use the monarch's name for the Queen's speech and those things, but there is a specific paragraph which goes into that you couldn't use it. You can't use it except in these circumstances, and it's all properly formally written. Runon, how much does the Pacific change if there isn't the Mahusive Army Navy partisan but a duplication in the IJN in before and during the war? Well, it makes a more efficient use of Japanese resources. Whether it changes things dramatically, who knows? Honestly, I don't see it changing much because it's never going to change the outcome because you can't square a circle in terms of their infrastructure. But it could certainly make them a much harder operation to deal with. And was there any significant deployment of the Marine Nationale for Norway campaign? There were ships deployed up there. I think it was mostly destroyers and cruisers. Excellent, Railway Finger. Iron Brew is the way to go. Deborah, could a successful Dodecanese campaign have led to invasion of Greece, either instead of or in addition to invasion of Italy? In this World War II. Potentially. The Dodecanese campaign is an interesting one. Graham Hanlon, you are right. Although I do think you are a Fisher fanboy. I am actually looking up for a definition of a Fisher fanboy for, to name you. There've been various things of fishermen, etc. And I do agree with you to an extent, but I think with a lot of what you were saying, a lot of what the discussion was going, is you have to remember there's been a lot of, and this is something I discussed with Andrew Lambert at the time, and when I was at King's, and I discuss with him until now, the fact that a lot of our perceptions of Prince Louis come not from the reality of Battenberg and what he was capable of, but from the lies which were spread about him by the Beresford and Fisher camps to undermine him and take him down. And still, what's forgotten is he isn't fired; he resigns from post because his staff is so riven by that Beresford-Fisher feud at that point that he can't run it. No one can run it because he'd have to fire one side or the other, and he's not prepared to fire good officers just because of they're in part of the feud. And what Fisher does is when he comes in is he fires the Beresford lot. That's literally what he does. There's a small purge of the staff which takes place within days, which is also other stuff which adds to Coronel handling. So yeah, it's a case of, I can understand. Fisher is this big, wonderful character, and he's a really, really interesting person, but he's a terrible administrator by that point. And yeah, it's just, the whole situation is interesting. Yeah. Andrew and me have had those conversations over years. It's a fun time. It is a fun time. It's good conversations. But it's a case of, I'm a Fisher fan up to an extent. There's a point at which he ceases to me to be a good as a First Sea Lord. He's great. I agree with Andrew's point, Prof. Lambert's point about no cabinet which had been unfetteredly advised by Fisher would have made the mistakes that happened in 1914. But I disagree with the point that it necessarily means he has to replace Louis as First Sea Lord. I don't think that's a sensible option, and I don't think bringing back as First Sea Lord is a sensible option. I honestly don't think it's a good idea, and I think it's proven by what happens. I think the trouble is both him and Churchill are fundamentally unsuitable for the wartime roles of First Sea Lord and First Lord of the Admiralty. Why? Because Churchill is a great ideas person who needs to have distance between him and the levers of control and the actual things which are actually the operations which are actually going on. He needs to have someone between him to act as a buffer for his ideas and turn them into something good. And the trouble is, again, with Fisher is he's also similarly abrasive. Fisher's got worse in his old age. And I think things like Gallipoli campaign could have been far better coordinated by Battenberg. Far better organised. Principally because he knew what the actual plan was. I think part of the trouble also was that one of the interesting things is Fisher was against the formation of the war staff which Battenberg had put in place, and Battenberg had brought the war staff into existence, and he had brought that through, and that's one of the great things he does. And the trouble is, Fisher doesn't understand in many ways the role of the wartime staff because he's still from the old school of First Sea Lords where you keep all your plans in your head. And the trouble is when Wilson goes along to the parliamentary to the cabinet meetings, and Wilson's also that school, and they don't want to share their plans. They don't have any preparations. They haven't used staff work. That's not their style. And the trouble is, war's grown too big and too fast for it to be operated that way at that point. Well, yeah, Alan Brooke, Pound, Cunningham, they all had to develop ways of listening to Churchill and taking the good idea he often had, but turning it into a practical form. And I do find some of the stuff they write absolutely absurd about Churchill. It's like some of the stuff written by the German staff about Hitler. All the blame's put on him. None of the things their fault. Well, no, it is your fault as well. I'm sorry, you're just as strategically bankrupt as your boss was. But the fact is, you have Churchill is fundamentally an amateur. He is good at history. He is good at strategy on a grand scale. He's good at politics. He's not an operational person. And as I've tried to explain at several points, the job of the First Sea Lord, the job of the First Lord of the Admiralty in many ways, is to take what the politicians are conceiving of as their direction of war and as what they'd like to do after they've heard all the advice, and then synthesize it into an operation. And for the First Sea Lord especially to administer that operation by making sure the relevant departments are brought in and working together, that everything is working alongside each other and everything is working properly. This is why I keep describing the Sea Lord as more like a CFO than a CEO, i.e. the Chief Financial Officer, not the Chief Executive Officer. Because the CEO these days spends their lives concentrating about share price and the direction of the company. And the CFO tends to be the one who's actually running the day-to-day of the company and making sure everything's working and all the different departments are working together. And that's pretty much what the First Sea Lord has to spend most of their life doing. And that's the trouble, really, because neither Fisher nor Churchill have the temperament to do that when they take over. Battenberg has the temperament to do that, but because of the whole Beresford-Fisher feud, he's forced to resign. Because he can't run a navy which is spending more time fighting itself than is the enemy. And is more concerned with one-upping each side of the battle and the Civil War than it is with fighting the war as a whole. And that's the problem. But yeah, it's a fun thing. At what range could the 8-inch have penetrated the Bismarck's main belt? Let's see. So the main belt of the Bismarck is 12.6 inches. Um, let's see if it's got the penetration of that. Look, at a range of 5,000 yards, it has a striking velocity of 657 meters per second, or 2,154 feet per second. I don't think it necessarily needs to be 5,000 yards, but I'm not sure if the 10,000 yards is going to be enough to penetrate it. I don't know if it will penetrate the main belt, but it doesn't really need to. You see, when you're talking about it, if you consider the superstructure of the Bismarck, superstructure of the Bismarck would be absolutely shredded by 8-inch fire. There is a lot of superstructure there. You take out the bridge, you take out the funnel, you take out all the control stations. You can do that with 8-inch fire. So whilst I do understand this idea about looking at what level they can penetrate the 8-inch belt, or the 12-inch belt, I don't think they need to get close enough to do that. I think they could stand off quite happily at 20,000 yards and absolutely pummel the superstructure to pieces. Or Chief Operating Officer, yeah, coup. But the trouble is, constant resonance, I don't like the phrase coup. It's coup. It sounds bad when you're talking about it in naval terms, so I usually go with the CFO, because they do that job as well. So Graham Hunter. The thing is, he did have a plan, but the thing is, but also, how do I put this politely? Graham, do not like the assignment of dodging the question, because you hadn't asked the question in this chat. So, that's a bit on the rude side, and I brought up when others have done these things, and I don't like that phraseology. So if you'd asked that question, you could say I was dodging the question, but you didn't ask that question in the chat. You just put in a statement of, he knew what the actual plan is, did anyone else? Lol. That's not a question. Oh, Graham, I have to be polite. I'm on camera. And I've got my little cousins watching, so I'm at a disadvantage. I can't be rude back to you when you're rude to me. So that's your advantage. You can write what you like within the chat to an extent, which is kind of nasty. And you can make those accusations. At which point I could refuse to respond. But I'm not. I'm just pointing this out. And I've pointed out before to others, so I'm going to point it out to you, because I do when people don't know that one. Now, in the case of the question, yes, of course he knew what the plan was. The question was Churchill briefed on the plan? Yes. But Churchill in the meeting disintegrates and doesn't bother following through the plan. And the thing is, if Churchill's going to do that, there is nothing an admiral can do in the room. Even if they're sitting in the room, even if they're shouting in his ear, they cannot do anything, because it's not their job to. It's the civilian government's job to. If the civilian government gives a direction, they do it. It's one of the problems I do actually have with Andrew's thing of Fisher advising, because whilst the Fisher might give all the advice in the world, it doesn't necessarily mean that the cabinet are going to listen to him. And Fisher might threaten to resign. He does on several occasions. And if you consider what happens during the war when he threatens to resign, he's allowed to resign. And he thinks he's going to be called back as Admiralissimo, and he isn't. Because in the nicest way, that's not the way it rolls. The politicians are not going to be dictated to by the admirals. So yes, the politicians have picked the wrong plan. I'm forgetting about packing books. I'll get to that in a second. Okay? But seriously, Graham. Don't use that phraseology. Don't accuse dodging questions. When you haven't even asked a question, definitely don't accuse someone of dodging a question. I don't care whether it's me or it's Drac or it's anyone in YouTube. It's not polite. Because YouTubers can't respond that way. We can't. We'll come back to you. Again, when I read, again, you had this in your comments, and I would have responded to a full comment. I was planning on responding with a video on Wednesday, but, you know, we've had this opportunity now to discuss this. But still, don't use that. I don't... Carl Gasberg, I'm still sticking with the Drakenafel method of hood destruction. It makes most sense. There are various deck fires, though, caused by the fire from the Prince Jürgen, which are certainly annoying on both Hood and Prince of Wales. You know, your phraseology. I'm not going to get into it because there's no point. But I've made my point, as said. So, RG, have you seen the new Soviet battlecruisers from World of Warships? No, I haven't. I haven't had a chance. I've been packing all sorts of stuff. Runon, if fast battleships start with Agincourt, does the RN get to go all forward sooner for its battleships and battleships and cruisers? No, I'd say they wouldn't need to as well. Also, they might not need to because, let's be honest, the Admiral class battlecruiser, it's 262.3 meters long. It's massive. They probably don't need to go that long to get a fast battleship to their desired speed, because they're going for 32, 33, 34 knots, and originally they were aiming for higher than that. So yeah, they could probably have done it more easily on the infrastructure they had available. So probably they get to it about the same point. Maximus, how many torpedo tubes is needed on destroyer cruiser's broadside to have a good chance of a hit? Depends at what range you're aiming for. The longer the range you want to hit at, the more you're going to need to fire a wider spread. Okay? So what you have to think about is you're going to be having to cover a certain amount of ship lengths. So your spread, maybe you've got your torpedoes, once they reach a certain range, they are going to be half a ship length apart or a third a ship length apart, sort of along lines. That's why you also have the wave of torpedoes you fire, and they might sort of miss. But you also might fire single torpedoes and try and hit with one of those. You might try and ripple your torpedoes down a line, and so that they'll sort of come far closer to each other. There's a lot of tactics involved, as well as just the torpedo numbers. Still, I have to say, when I'm playing UAD, I prefer to have about 8 if I want to hit something. Because I find that tends to help per side. And if you look, that's kind of what the Royal Navy and the Japanese Navy end up with on most their cruisers. 6 to 8, as a rule. Most destroyers tend to aim for that sort of region as well, by World War II. Blackmouses, could the Lion class battlecruiser have been designed to have triple turrets, and what tonnage would be needed? Yes. And Lion class with triple turrets. They're quite narrow turrets profile to their beam. Considering they got 13.5-inch guns, okay, they're twins, 13.5. Their turret could probably be put in the space of roughly a 15-inch turret. Triple. So a twin 15-inch is probably a triple 13.5-inch roughly. And that's only a 0.6 meter increase. So I would say yes, you could. Excellent, Runahan. Glad I was helpful. Why are the Type 41, 61, Type 81, Type 12, Type 12N, Type 12I, and Type 14 referred to as guided missile frigates? Mostly because when they started to come about, the guided missile frigate wasn't really a concept, and by the time they were sort of in service and it was wandering along, they didn't really fit the bill compared to most of the other guided missile frigates, so they just left as frigates. Didn't really carry enough missiles, and if you compare them to the things which are designated guided missile frigates, they don't really fit the mold. From what ship could the OPV trace its origin? Sloops. Knight 6831. If the restriction on the Italian Navy having fixed-wing planes had not taken so long to get rid of, how does Italian naval aviation change? Cold War Italian naval aviation change. Potentially they get a carrier and Harrier carrier earlier, but that's about it. I don't see them jumping into it too much. They might have strike aircraft. They might have some of those. Oh, good lord! They might go down the same route as the German Navy went. Hopefully, they don't go down the same route the German Navy went. That's just a case of importing death. Hopefully, they don't. Probably end up with tornadoes. Hopefully, it's tornadoes. They're safer. OPVs are not corvettes. Corvettes are the lowest form of warship. OPV is a large patrol vessel. Sloops were patrol vessel history. Corvettes have all sorts of histories, but no. Nice to Question 54. What could the British have offered the French that would have been a better basis for their jet engine industry than the German turbojets they got? Nothing the British would like to give away, because that would be a competition for the British-owned jet industry. Okay, Runon. Did the Royal Navy ever use foreign navies as test beds for some of their industries? More historic ideas. Just witness half of the ships constructed for our foreign navies in the 1800s. Yeah, there are some very interesting ships. Let's be honest, the test beds for lots of technologies which went into HMS Warrior were not all Royal Navy ships. Some of them were other ships, so yes. Basically, the whole way through the 19th and 20th centuries. 1963. Question 53. Why did France make the mistake of building one CVN to replace the two Clemenceau class in the 2000s? Well, as we've been over before, after about the early 1990s, everyone decides that with the Cold War being over, Western nations were now only going to fight wars of choice, i.e., wars were going to only happen when they chose for them to happen. And there would never be a war other than that. There would never be a war other than when those nations chose for there to be a war. And so you could afford to have one ship replace two. And, in fact, replace three, because the light fleet carrier had been around for quite a while. So, the joy of history. People thought they conquered it. What was the Dassault Etard 4 supposed to replace? Honestly, gonna have to look it up. But I have a feeling it was to replace... The Etard 2? Was that to replace? No. No, it was to replace that strike aircraft. No, wasn't that one? God, they have fun with that. It's not really supposed to replace anything. It's more to be the new teeth for the Clemenceau. I think that's more it. It's more about giving the Clemenceau class a new French teeth. Yeah, I'd say it's more... I am going for definitely... It's more about not replacing anything specifically and more about giving them new new teeth for a new carrier. Blackmasters, how much government power did Kaiser Wilhelm hold? Appointments, directing government spending, dealing with the Military Act? Huge amounts of power. He could pick and choose who he wanted as his ministers. He had the... Basically, Bismarck had designed a system so that the only person who could hire him or fire him was the Kaiser. And he did that so that he would only have to manage one person in order to stay the most powerful person in Germany. Trouble is that backfired on him. Nice area front. Was the Borrego BR-112 Sirocco intended to be a replacement for the de Havilland C Vampire based Sud S Mistral and the de Havilland C Venom based Sud S Aquila? Okay, I'd have to look that up. Don't take this the wrong way, but French naval aviation at that period has never been my particular passion. But I do remember reading something about it, and I think from the time period that sounds about right. But I would not want to say 100%. Ronan, I have a question. Please ask the question away. Just don't accuse me of dodging something or being a shill for propaganda. We're fine. I don't mind you saying, I don't feel you've answered what the question I was asking. That's fine. I don't mind you asking questions. That's fine. I mind people asking questions and then, if they don't like the answer, being rude. I just don't see the point in that. I love doing the lives. I love chatting away with you all. But I'm also... how do I put this? Respectful enough of my own time that I don't see the point in sitting here being insulted. And it's not how I would talk to people, especially not in a scenario where there's a conversation's being recorded. There are conversations. I don't even use that phraseology when I'm having conversation with people when it's not when it's Chatham House rules and you're not allowed to repeat what people say. Because I don't consider it polite form of discourse. If I don't like your answer, I do not accuse you of dodging the question. I go, okay, perhaps I need to reform the question. And honestly, this is one of those points where, I'm going to say this, I think Jordan Peterson and I would agree on this one. Because he puts up a point of, if you're winning an argument with someone, and you shouldn't be winning the argument, you have to help them argue better. Well, again, it's a case of when you're trying to be, when you're in a scenario, when you're having a discussion, the moment you start interjecting things like dodging the question, using bias, all those things, you're turning it from a debate into a bias. You're turning it from a debate and discussion into an attack. You're turning it from a point at which you are exchanging ideas and open into something personal. And the moment you turn into personal, you put both sides on the defensive and both sides on the offensive. And you don't get anything out of it. You don't get any benefit out of it. You just don't. You have to think through what you're going to say to someone. And you have to always remember, would I like to have this said back to me? And don't joke around and think, oh, well, I wouldn't mind because I'd realise da-da-da-da. No, think about it from a point of view. If I don't know this person, and this is another thing in this scenario, I know many of you from online. I just have a lot of discussions with Graham, who's just apologised. I have, that's the thing of, if you have that scenario, we know each other online. We don't know each other in real life. I could walk past Graham in the street. He might recognise me, possibly could the amount of time he spent watching me, but I wouldn't know him. And so, in that scenario, we are strangers having a conversation, to an extent. We're also, to an extent, people who know each other having a conversation. So, I would call us counterparts. I'd put us in that scenario. Colleagues, maybe. How would I speak to a colleague? How would I speak to a counterpart? Someone who I maybe know in passing, but don't know well. Well, there's a certain level of joshing around, which you don't do. You can josh away with your friends. You can say these things to your friends because they know you and you know them, and they know what you're saying and they can hear the inference in your tone. But all I can do here is read the words you write on the screen. And I have to read them out for everyone to be able to hear who are just listening to the channel. So I have to read out those words, which could be interpreted as being rude to me. I have to read them out. So, that's the thing, is I will answer questions. I'm always happy to answer questions. But I start from the point of view of, if I'm giving everyone respect, then I expect respect back. And there's going to be, if you want an exchange of ideas, you have to start from a point of, we're not going to turn this into a personal attacks. And using phrases like dodging, accusing of bias, those are personal attacks. Whether you think it's funny or not, whether you think it's joshing or not, it is a personal attack. Yes. Cornish, chat is a one-dimensional communication. It is. Ronan, my example for my question is someone scratching out word clips. On BBC64's Armoury and Replacement magazines. Do you have a favourite instance where someone attempted to correct a museum scholar and you just went, not only wrong, but you're also, yeah. Oh, I've had fun with that. I have had fun with people trying to change words around. The one which comes up most often that they try and change and try and think of new words, phrases for is nipple. Because there are tons and tons of rubber things and little things all over engines and systems and vehicles, which are referred to as nipples, because that's the phraseology used for them. And yeah, the amount of absolute hoops and knots some museums will tie themselves into to try and not use that word, and you go, it's nipple. Graham, I'm sure you are, but the trouble is, I can't tell that from this side of this words. So when you use those phrases, that's what it comes a lot across as. And we wouldn't fall out on this subject. In the nicest way, you should hear some of the debates me and Drac have. Over Fisher, over 15-inch guns for HM Sergeant Corps 18-inch guns. Even when we were discussing where the turrets went, he was going, I'm sure there's a triple turret somewhere. I'm going, it's twin 18. We are arguing away. But the thing is, we're always, even though we're friends, and we're very good friends, it's a case of, how do I put this? It took us a while of having those debates and that friendship before we got to the point of, oh, seriously, you're dodging the question, man. To be able to say that to each other. Because you have to be able to know and hear each other's voice. And I don't think we'd ever write it to each other. I'd do a voice recorded message. So he'd hear my voice going, you're dodging the question, man. Something like that. So he'd know it's just being friends. But when it's written down, it's different. It's communications. And I try and... The reason I am tight on it here is also because some of my little cousins are getting interested in doing YouTube stuff. And what I do not want to do is established here, which is quite a respectful anyway and quite a good working environment anyway, any visible bad habits which then they copy into, let's say, what they get into, and then they get into scenarios where they are treated far worse because they'd expect that's how they're supposed to be treated by chat and how people can get away with saying stuff in chat. So I will always be, I suppose, slightly tougher and slightly firmer on certain things because I do not want to set a bad example for them when they're watching this. So, has Prof Lam done any lectures online about the career of Jefferson Vincent? No, but I'm going to try and get him to do one. Nice to for one. If the British Phantom and the Rolls-Royce BR-106R Thames instead of had the BR-106 Thames instead of the Spey, how many of the logistics headache could have been avoided? A fair number, but it might not have been as pretty. It would have been slightly easier with a Thames, but the Spey was prettier in terms of its performance. Look, Steve, I'm not getting into anything to do with any other YouTube channel or any other video channel, because it's like, the reason I'm not really doing React videos, I'm going to do some React videos at some point, but I'm being very careful about them, is because I could quite quickly get into scenarios where I could possibly be accused of slander, because I am going to be that impolite about them. Nice everyone. Would you agree we shouldn't be using terms like derangement syndrome when we disagree with the people? Oh, no. Don't use mental illness as an insult. Don't. If you just don't agree with someone, just say you don't agree with them. That's it. You reach a different conclusion based off similar evidence. Or maybe you need to see more evidence. Maybe you need to see more evidence. The moment you start writing someone off and going, "Oh, they're just wrong. They're just nuts," you're not engaging in a debate. You are just, being silly, really. Let's see. The poll's in. 72 votes cast. 84, yes, the USN would have 18-inch guns as well. I thought so. Conor Cameron, as you've been have been to it, can I ask what the Chalk Valley History Festival campaign and catering is like? Okay, the camping and catering is the catering is lovely. The camping is right up the top of the hill, and you have to walk up there and walk down. So I've had friends who've done the camping. I've never done the camping. Let me tell you why. Because, like 15-minute drive away, there are some perfectly nice travel lodges. And Premier Inns, and all sorts of things. And, you can be there and back in 15 minutes. You will not miss many of the day. You can get in and out at early. You can leave at late o'clock at night and see all the dinner, and then go away. And the thing is, you get to have a shower, which is not a porta cabin. You get to use a toilet, which is not a porta cabin. You get to have a bed, which is not not anywhere near a camping facility. And I have been told by people who've pitched tents there that for some of the good spots, especially, the Premier Inn might be cheaper. Yeah. I looked up. It would have been the question you put in the chat, and not run on questions, but I'll answer it. Do you think the Pacific campaign would have been easier if the RN is on a fleet station had the same funding as the Channel Mediterranean fleet? Yeah, it would. If they'd followed through with Jellicoe's plan of establishing three principal fleets, one in the Indian Ocean, one in the Mediterranean, one in the home fleet, and funding and setting up the infrastructure for all fleets on the same level. The Mediterranean the Eastern Fleet was to have bases at Singapore and Trincomalee in Ceylon. And those were going to be its major bases, and also Bombay, etc. So those were going to be its major bases, its equivalent of Malta, Alexandria, and Gibraltar for the Mediterranean Fleet. And that would have been a completely different scenario, but they didn't go there. Because it saved money, and because also, let's be honest, with the treaty standards limit, they couldn't provide enough ships for free fleets. But no, Yeah, to avoid using the word nipple, one museum actually wrote they had to tug on the little rubber hose to elongate it and make it and draw a drip of liquid from it. I think that was what I used, and I just went, "Oh my god, you've actually made it worse." Jacob, porter camping's fun. Porter camping's not nice at all. No, I do not want to go to a porta potty. That is worse. It was worse. Boxes. I know. I will get on with boxing. I'm just catching up the questions. Blackman Maximus, if the Leduc oil field and others across the Devonian Reef Formation had been discovered in Canada by 1944, could this have gotten the British into oil-fired ships earlier? Potentially. Certainly could have potentially got into because it provided a massive oil source a lot earlier. Alistair Shaw, surely the South American dreadnought race counts as exactly that. As a dreadnought race? Yes. I'm not sure what the question comes from, though. Oh, but I suppose they'd have had to say they had to tug the nipple to produce the liquid. I don't. But it was worse. It just looking at it going, oh good lord. I don't think the Tank Museum has done that. I don't think there's anywhere in the Tank Museum has spotted that. But I've had fun. There is a very famous museum in the UK which I have had a lot of fun wandering around. Avis, there should be a blue bar at the top of the questions, like of the live chat, which you can see over here. And if you click on that, question section should come up. And then you just type the questions in there. Oh yeah, it would have changed the IJN's planning, but it also would have been far more difficult for them to get to, because you think about it, getting to the American Pacific Fleet in Hawaii, they are exposed and sitting on their own in the ocean. You can get to them. If the British have fleets which have the fleet which is based between Singapore, Bombay, and Trincomalee, you've got to get into the Indian Ocean, which means you either have to go through the Straits of Malacca, or you have to go down through the other straits in the various parts of the Dutch East Indies at the time, and or Australia. You're not getting through there without being spotted. No, there's one where they'd really bent over backwards to try and avoid it. It's quite a famous museum in the UK. I had a lot of fun with it. Hi, Stafford. No worries. Don't think that works on iOS 14. Anyone who have an Apple to be able to help out Avis? That should work, because it's all set up in YouTube to work. In which case, there might be, the other option is to click on this, and those options should come up, and you should be able to click between them. And then there's questions there. Using the word nipple, Melanie. That's what they were trying to avoid. Engineering does have so much. Rubber Thinker. What was the alert status of the Royal Navy in the late 1930s? Was it high or just me on alert for anything that happens? Be on alert for anything that happens. It depended where you were. If you were in the Far East, you were on high alert. As said, if you were on the Spanish patrols, you were on fairly high alert. If you were in Mediterranean, it was be on alert for whatever happens. Same with most of Home Fleet. And if you were in South Atlantic or anything like that, it was just keep an eye out. So it'll be a case of, well, they are there, but we'll get our hand if we try to get in range of it. Yes. Basically, the problem is all those passages which would have Royal Navy submarines, and that's what they often did have. And the only one who gets a question tab. That's cruelty. I like the tab's so useful. Let's say for everyone, does it make sense that if the British were designing F4 Phantom equal like the Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation Phantom from the Empire's Twilight of all history, would not the same? It would not be the same as the original timeline. Probably not. Probably it'd be slightly different. Let's be honest, it'd probably cover on from the Sea Vixen and continue on from that line at the moment. Colin Cameron, if you could have any free non-military ships from history as museum ships, which would you have and why? Ooh. Any free non-military ships? Ooh. I know there's a Dutch East Indiaman around, but I'd like one of the bigger British East Indiamen. Honestly, as a museum ship. I would really like a Titanic, Britannic, sort of that era liner, because they are such an important period of our history and actually reflected in the period, rather than what we have around, which is basically not that. And I'd like a tramp steamer, because they used to make up a vast majority of the world's trade and movement of goods, and they've completely disappeared. And that, I know I'm not picking specific names, but really I don't need to pick specific names. What I need is a good example of each. And it wouldn't have mattered where they had been or who they were. It would have just been good to have them. The Essex Great Eastern, it would be a nice thing to survive, but we've got one of Brunel's ships sitting in Bristol, so yeah, it's okay. When did HMS Lion begin sea trials? Which HMS Lion? And I do not ask that jokingly. I do ask which line. I'm presuming you mean HMS Lion, the battle cruiser, in which case she began trials. Well, basically, she starts having trials in late 1911. I think she has some trials on her. She commissioned. Those are pre-commissioning trials and testing. She's commissioned in 1912, and then she has all sorts of more trials and tests on her. So 1911 is probably what you're looking at. Nice here. Question 47. Why did the Royal Navy retire the two-tone blue top and white bomb paint scheme used until the Sea Harrier? Honestly, Cold War. It's also because of where you're operating in the Cold War. You're going from a mid-Atlantic operation, global sort of mid-Atlantic operation, where you look down, you see the sea, you look up, you see the sky, and blue and white sort of fits in with that sort of scenario, or to operating around Norway, etc. Did Von Space Squadron have radio direction finding equipment? I don't think they did. I'm scratching my memory because I remember reading about it not that long ago because I was an alternate history question I was answering, or potentially going to have to ask about Von Spey. And I think it was potentially. And I remember reading it, and I don't think they did, but I'm not 100% sure, because it might be just that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau didn't have it, and other ships in the squadron did. But I don't think they did. Not to the extent of radio direction finding. I think they might have been able to pick up radio transmissions which they just heard on a wide broadcast. But as for providing a direction for them, I'm not sure if they did that. Yeah, the written word can be clumsy. You do need to add intonation. There are ways you need to add intonation if you want to make it work, and emojis tend to be quite good. Let's be honest, I think that's one of the reason why we're all so obsessed with it as a population of humans with emojis. Cornish, currently in contact with 1892 light cruiser engagement in the Mediterranean with versus Italians, 2 battleships, 3 cruisers versus my 3 cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 3 light cruisers in support. Wish me luck. Good luck going for torpedoes. I don't know, I'd rather have high performance 15-16 inch gun. Yeah, but the trouble is, to an 18-inch gun, the trouble is, if you're considering the 16, 18-inch sort of guns, etc., the period, most of the technology is pretty much the same, and any technology applied to a 16-inch gun is usually applied to an 18-inch gun. So you're not going to have a massive leap of technology for 16-inch guns versus 18-inch guns. Um, that's the sort of the scenario. The main thing is going to be length of barrel, which is going to be the impact, and whether or not you have the explosive for the powder to make that barrel work and barrel wear. I have said myself, I think 16.5 inch is probably the best spot. This is a sweet spot for battleship guns. I will stand by my assessment, but the fact is, very few and no nations ever really deployed 16.5 inch. The British, the Germans had plans. The British had a 16.5 inch gun developed. They were going to put it on the G3s. It was a 16.5 inch 45 cal, I think. It would have been a really interesting system. Would it have been as good as the 16-inch 50? I think it would have probably evened out. I think it would have been half a dozen one six to the other. And I think they'd have probably matched in quite well with each other. 16.5 inch 50 would have been even better, but we'll leave that to one side. Preferably myself, I think the sweet spot would have been a 16.5 inch 52. And I have reasoning for that, but it's just based on maths I've done on an Excel spreadsheet and using my knowledge of gun performance. That's very nice to say, everyone. What makes the Heckler class deep oceanographic survey vessels, Bulldog class hydrographic survey vessels, and Echo class inshore survey vessels so ideal for conversion to luxury yachts? They are really nice engines, and they have really sweet control systems for stabilization, and those are smooth running holes for all this. Because let's be honest, the Royal Navy designs are not for human comfort, but for machine comfort. And the machines require more sensitive care than the humans, so they're far better. And so for yachts, they make perfect conversions. How different would the Darnell's campaign been if the original plan submitted by the local command had been given a green light? If you mean Navy and Army turning up at the same time, I've often said that would probably have been a slightly easier one. I think it could well have won if you hadn't given the lovely the Ottomans a heads up that you were coming. It's amazing how successful things can be if you don't give your enemy a heads up that you're coming. So, does the idea of turning a J-class destroyer into a luxury yacht sound too ridiculous to be possible? Well, I'd like to give it a go, and if I had the money, time, and the ship to be able to do it, I'd enjoy having a go to see how it worked out. I think it would be a very fast, very sleek yacht. Not sure whether I could have space for a swimming pool, but I could probably have space for boats going on and off the end. And, well, I probably need quite a large crew for it. Far larger than survey ships would need, for example. But these things could be these things could be fun. Excellent, all of us. Get it working. How much would covered shipyards help speed up construction of ships pre-World War II? They actually have some. They do actually have some covered shipyards working in various parts of the world, and they are helpful. They allow you to control the weather more when you're building the ship, etc. But the big problem is the ships keep growing in size and shape, and realistically, when you're building on a slipway, it's kind of difficult to do, and you're using the massive cranes, sort of the overarching boom crane systems to get the stuff in, and railways, etc., bringing stuff up. But the thing is, if you could change to some sort of modular construction, and could change to doing it internally, you could have a lot of a far easier time in some regards. Dandrim, Redot telling the enemy you were coming, like the Germans using the same spot to invade France 3 times in a row from the 1870s to the 1840, and possibly the same as where the German tribes crossed the Rhine into Roman Empire's Gallic provinces. Look, nicest way, there's a difference between if the enemy is not stupid enough to fortify, you don't tell them you're going to use it in advance. The fact you've used it before and they've not fortified it properly is not your fault. Jacob, I need to remember that design ships for machine comfort. Well, you see, if you're dealing with a hydrographic survey vessel like that, vibrations are incredibly important for the machines. As are all sorts of things which can introduce errors into the sensors. So you need to make them as stable as possible. Well, French, how many capital ships did the Royal Navy needed to get from the Washington Naval Treaty to support 3 fleets? On 20, you can put 6 in each fleet. And have 2 more spare for where you need them. You basically need to be able to put a battle squadron, or roughly equivalent, in each area. There are some people who go, well, you know, you can do that with 12 because you can have 4 in each. You can, but you can't really justify the infrastructure investment for 4 ships. You need to put a fleet up there. At least 6. Probably speaking, you would end up with, you need at least 6. Probably best would be about 8 to 9 for each fleet. So ideally, you'd need to be able to get 27 or so ships, probably. But at least 20, probably on the treaty differential. 25 would be best. From what you can get, we'll probably get from the Americans and have everyone being happy. If you got 30, well, let's put it this way: if the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy got 30 as their allowed ships, and Japan got its 5 3-row ship, Japan would have 18. France would have, and Italy would both have something like 13.2. it would be interesting. So yeah, it's probably not going to happen, but it would be it could be done at 20. Right. Is there any particular physical access way that makes that takes the cake for, oh dear lord, you must hate your maintainers? Look, you will not know what I'm talking about, but maybe if we're next up in the attic, I'll get Dan to take a photo of me doing it. But there is a particular section of my attic in our house where I have to, or Drac, take a photo of me doing it, where I have to basically move along on my back by crawling along the beams above me. Okay, that's the only way you can move through that section. I suppose you could commando crawl, but that's a good way to break on that 3D surface to scratch your elbows to blazes. So I would. So that's basically my frame of reference of particularly annoying spaces. There is a space between most boilers and the walls of the boilers where they have all the pipes come out maybe off one end and go to the various turbines, etc. need to, and you need to clean that space occasionally. That space is not usually very big. It's fun. Destroyers, it gets really, really fun. So I use camera and Tryman survey ships then, because honestly, that's been a lot of stuff which has been developed more recently. And I would add there are also issues with that in terms of you have to take these survey ships into war zones. And they've often decided that whilst those other vessels might offer the best advantages in terms of the equipment, in terms of war zones requirements, there's a reason why Triton and the other systems haven't been pushed through. In the attics, because we have stuff stored through our attic. And is Dan still watching? If Dan's still online, Dan, if you want to describe the sheer number of Christmas decorations we have, you are more than welcome to go into it. You can put that in the chat. Seriously, what do you consider the biggest, what were they thinking projects that actually had time, money, and other resources spent on them? Graf Zeppelin, Burn, Year of Aircraft Carrier, rather appropriate. There's a few other things. There's quite a lot of things which I look at and go, why are we spending money on that? Pretty much most IT projects set by governments because they are far too big a scope to actually be deliverable. You need to start off with a far narrower scope and just try and deliver that and then grow it incrementally. Look, basically the rules for a project which you should not go for, and as a government, when it comes to defense or anything, is a project where you cannot define the end state, and you cannot define the end state in a sentence straight away. Because I don't think the Graf Zeppelin project could have been defined with an end state of we want a working aircraft carrier. What they are building is a working testbed of all the ideas they have for an aircraft carrier, and that does not produce a working aircraft carrier. If they want to, I can point to the Royal Navy's joys with the various versions of HMS Furious. I can point to many scenarios where it was not a working end state. So basically, you need to be able to sum it up. And it's like things like people then, I had this conversation, people go, but does that mean you supported HS2? And I go, yes, I did. Because believe it or not, the infrastructure spending of HS2, if they built it the whole way through, would have been incredibly useful. And the thing is, though, HS2 should have been built about 20, 30 years ago. And that's the problem with a lot of the infrastructure. The spending booms, blooms, and booms. There's endless surveys and studies and surveys and studies. And it gets so expensive, you never build the actual infrastructure. You employ so many consultants, you never build the actual infrastructure. And the thing is, yes, you do need to do some surveys. And I agree with them. I want the wildlife survey. I want some of these surveys done. But also, at a certain point, you've got to have you've almost got to have it done. System of, we're building a railway. Railway requires an Act of Parliament. Have the Act of Parliament go through, and that's right, and that's the planning permission. The Act of Parliament is the planning permission. Now you have to go through this. You cannot therefore block it with local planning rules, or we can sue you in this. No, it's been an act of law. It's an Act of Parliament. The planning permission has gone through. They have a consultancy, they have a committee, they put it all together, they pass it through as an Act of Parliament, it gets built. And as Leslie says, it should have been built to London, not from London. The idea should have been starting north and working south. And it's like, I would love to see another railway stuck into the southwest, because you can see, if you look at the trains going down to Cornwall, the fact that in a high storm we lose rail links with the southwest is absurd. Thank you, Bertrand. It's just, you sit there and go, and it's not as if it's something new, by the way, the storms cutting off the railway to the southwest. It's been going ever since the line was built. Even Brunel thought it was not a permanent line. He was planning another one further inland. It was just the quickest and cheapest to build. So he built it to build the case study, and then he was planning on building a proper line. No one ever built the proper line. Youch, send penguins. You have my sympathy. I hope you have iron brew or something nice to drink at the thought of that. Oh dear God, the planet in the trees, and I think about half the full loft has been filled with Christmas decorations, and I wish I was joking. Also terrifying dolls. Look, I have never seen someone run away from a box of dolls so quickly as Dan when he opened that lid. Take care, Tanif. Well, so moving to West Coast Inland should have been done after World War I. Should have been done after World War I. That'd been a nice employment project for people. Oh, Tanif, Bichron, they've been looking at alternative lines for Cornwall. Look, every time it comes up, we all know there's only one other route you could possibly build a line down there. It varies the chart of the plan by 100 meters either way, but it's always the same route. They just haven't built it. No, Melanie, it's not when it rains, it's when it gets high winds, because the sea literally blows over the railway. Doesn't matter it's not rain which affects it, it's wind. The sea goes whoosh. High tides, very high tides and winds. Wow, goodbye railway line. Ah. Roman Tinker, there was a link. Yes, I know, there was a link bypassing Dawlish seawall, but British Rail closed it in the 60s. Yeah. There you go, Bishon. There are now sympathies passing on to Dan in the chat. For the doll. You know, the nicest way, he gotta go away and leave the dolls behind. They're still in my house. And I can't get rid of them because apparently they belong to my sister. And Does anyone know those children from that movie where they all have those eyes and they walk in pairs wherever they go? The dolls look like that, I kid you not. They were purchased by my aunt. And my sister's not the only one who got some, so I'm fairly sure there are cousins watching this going, they're in a box. They're in a very strong plastic box. Mm-hmm. Children of Corn. Yeah, sounds like it. um. Oh, Midwich Cuckoos. I think that's Children of Corn in America. I'm not sure which of those. Sounds something like that though. Ronan, how big are the total tonnage limits under the Iron Fleet free fleet paradigm? Well, that's easy enough to do. I have my ships off to Washington, fleets to Washington. I'm going to turn that into a full spreadsheet. Let's see if it's 700,000 for the Royal Navy that goes 700,000 tons. For the Japanese, that goes 420,000 tons. For the Regia Marina, so they get if oh, so if they get that, yeah, so they get 525,000. Got it. Would help if my Excel spreadsheet was cooperating. This is the whole point of having an Excel spreadsheet, so it does cooperate. Ba-da! Ah, yes. That's why. That's why. So if I take that, divide that by that, and times that by 650,000, they'd end up roughly 250,000 tons. So the British and the Americans would up 650,000 tons. The Japanese would end up with 420,000 tons, and the Italians and French would end up with roughly 250,000 tons. So yeah, so each fleet ends up with quite a significant margin they can build up to. And that's 20 ships. That's the bare minimum to achieve that free fleet idea. And honestly, the British with the 15-inch gun ships, etc., they can probably get 21 ships out of that. Because if you think about it, if you have 650,000 tons, if you decided to divide by 21, you can do that on roughly 31,000 tons in standard. So yeah, you can do that. I'm sending on a, I will have you know, my talk of scary dolls in the now has my 60-pound dog pressed against me shivering. Nice cigar. Why were the Italians planning the Progresso Fernando Cassoni battlecruisers armed 8 18-inch guns, as they could never have built them, and doing so would have made Italy so much of a threat? Okay. Nice cigar, everyone. You have a small strategic problem in your thinking. You're presuming that they're thinking, if I have these weapons, I'm a threat, therefore people are going to attack me. They're presuming, if they have these weapons, they're going to be a threat, and therefore people won't attack them. With just that small twist in logic, you change things dramatically. And that's what the Italians were thinking. And you might not agree with them on that one, but that's what they felt. RG, if HMS Vanguard had survived till the 1980s, like the Iowas, would she have been modernised in a similar manner, or a unique British modernisation? Oh, it would have been uniquely British, but at the same time similar. Because it would have similar ideas behind it, but it would have been done in a very much a British systemology. And British systems. A mixture, in other words, it would be a mixture of British systems, European systems, and American systems, so they don't look like they're too much of any one group. And rule Britannia. I don't think I have visited the Mercator in Ostend. I don't think I have missed her. I think I've looked at her, but I don't think I missed her. I visited her. Avis, what is the best name in Africa? Oh, well, actually, since I've seen this question come up, I've been thinking, racking my brain about this a little bit the whole time. You see, a few years ago, I would have said the South African Navy without even a blinking. Because their level of training, professionalism was They were one of the best navies in the world, and this persisted even, I would say, up until the early 2000s. They were one of the most professional navies in the world. I would say recent times have made that go down. The Egyptian Navy is certainly the best equipped of the African navies in terms of their range of capabilities they're able to bring to the table, mostly thanks to their Mistral class LHDs. The Nigerian Navy is very good for anti-piracy warfare. I would say basically in Africa there's a mixed bag, but you're probably making the case between Nigeria. I'd say I think it's Nigeria, that one, and yeah, so it's basically you're making a case between Nigeria and Egypt. And I think probably Egypt wins on the firepower, but Nigerian Navy is not something to be dismissed quickly. They've got some interesting vessels. They've got some Hamilton-class offshore patrol vessels. They've got a Miko-style frigate. I've got various offshore patrol vessels and sort of decent sort of systems. So they are a navy which is worthwhile considering. But the Egyptian Navy probably has it. Yankee 4472, how many ships and of what time makes up a 1930s battle squadron? A squadron should be homogeneous. So ideally it should be 8 ships of the same type. In the Royal Navy, that's of course impossible. They're battleships because they have 5 which are Queen Elizabeth's, 5 which are ours. They have Nelson and Rodney. And that's your 12 battleships at the core of your fleet. And then you have Hood, Renown, Repulse, and Dagon, which are basically your 4 ships of your battlecruiser squadron. So, yeah, you can't realistically do that. Black Maximus, what if the Lion-class battlecruisers were oil-only boilers? And what changes could be made to them, assuming similar dimensions and conditions? If they're oil-only boilers, then all the ships that come after them are oil-fired boilers as well, which probably increases the chance of small tube boilers coming in earlier, because the factor of small tube boilers is they do need to be oil-fired. To make a small tube boiler work, you need the steady control of heat that you can get with an oil-fired. A coal-fired system is far more of a manual control system, so it benefits of having the larger tubes. At this time with this period's technology, okay, please note that's the proviso before someone comes and goes, but what about when you put in automated coal feeders into the boilers? Yeah, when you mechanize it and automate it, yeah, that soon can suit a small tube boiler and it can get it out of it. It's not quite as efficient as oil fired, but yeah, and then you have to remember those systems usually are combined with oil spraying on the coal as well. So there is a mixture going on there. But leaving that to one side, you do that, you don't really change much else in the hull. You might get some more speed out of it, especially if you do have small tube boilers going on there. Yes, Melanie, for Sigma 40. Okay, who needs a railway that works when it's windy anyway? Also, why build new rail lines when you can funnel money to your friends and endless studies and... Don't get me started on that. How did Age of Miles lose an eye? Well, I always believed he didn't lose an eye. That he's kind of like Fury. And under there is another eye. It's just part of his overall con. That's his backup eye for his backup access to things. That's what I believe about HMS. If the Paleoclad had been a full class, if let's say they'd built a full battle squadron of 9 of them, how would it have affected the Spanish-American War? Well, probably not much, because honestly the problems with the Spanish Navy would have still existed in terms of their training, their basically support and assistance of these ships. But there again, if they had had 9 of them in service, and they had actually done some moderate training, they could have been very scary for the American Navy to deal with. Because you're talking about ships which, as reconstructed in 1898, basically the same year as the Spanish-American War. So if those ships had all been built, they were armed with 4 12.6-inch guns, two 12.6-inch guns, 2 11-inch guns, 9 5.5-inch guns, 5 6-pounder quick-firing guns, 14 machine guns, and 6 14-inch torpedo tubes. They also had quite thick armour, so for their time period, and 800 tons of coal, that tends to add to your armour density. So I would say those ships would have been quite scary for the Americans to encounter, especially if they encountered them at squadron strength. But that requires them having been trained and having been working together and actually going well. Alright, I got lights back in the attic. That's good. Nice, sir. How much of a logistics headache would it be to operate Porker B? Not much. Let's put it this way. You operate multiple types of aircraft, usually, as a standard. It just means you have less space for each type of stores. The more you carry of the same aircraft, the more stores you carry of that more stores you carry for that aircraft type. And by that I mean you're likely to go one level further. So the stores you'd carry for 12 aircraft would include things up to this contingency, X contingency, let's say. The stores you're carrying for double that number of aircraft might be up to Y contingency. And so, you tend to have a wider variety of parts the more aircraft you carry. Night 681, I've seen your response in the sort of the Bruships chat, so I'll answer that now. The Italians building any powerful battleship will immediately put themselves in the British Empire's crosshair, who can destroy them because of the Irons' need to control the mid. So you're saying because the Italians build these ships, the Royal Navy would immediately go to war? No, the Royal Navy would probably build bigger, more powerful ships, as they've done in the past with the Italians. But that wouldn't matter to the Italians. Do they now have more powerful ships than the French and than the Austrian-Hungarians and the Ottomans? If the answer is yes, then they're happy. They expect to be beaten by the British. They account for it. That's why they're part of the qualitative race in the Dreadnought's arms race. They're a very interesting part of the qualitative race. They're the ones who push the triple turrets and those sort of things first. That's part of what they do. So, honestly, that's not going to worry the Italians, because the British aren't going to go to war with them because they've got a big ship. The British will just build something better than them. Because the British can. The British don't go to war with people. The British didn't go to war with the French because they built Gloire. They built Warrior and Black Prince. The French built the Gloire. The British responded with 2 ships much better, much bigger, and much more powerful. You don't go to war because someone's built a bigger ship, a big fancy ship. You build something bigger and better. Geoguy, if World War II had been delayed by a couple of years or just delayed in the Pacific, would we have seen British supercruisers? Potentially. It certainly is quite a strong potential, as they might need them for present ships as starters, and they'd be armed with 9.2-inch guns. Probably 12 of them. Luke Dabbot, do you think the Russian Navy will learn from the war in Ukraine or just do a Russian thing of blaming the guy? Probably a mixture of both. They usually do both quite well. They blame the person who they've just checked out the window, but they actually learn from it as well. Mainly because the person who follows them doesn't want to be next out the window. So they learn from the mistakes to try not to repeat them. It's an incentivization scheme. How can I delay being chucked out that window? Take care, Blabber Maximus. Hello, see you, McDivitt. Good luck. Let me see. I was going to ask if air-blown pulverized coal would work with mortuary boilers. Oh, of course you were. Nice declaration. Would the British Hawker Aircraft Company actually use the name Cyclone for an aircraft? Have you seen some of the other names they use for aircraft? If you're putting bars of where they won't go, I hate to tell you this, but they will find a way to sneak under those bars. So, is the Royal Navy currently working on covert surveillance vessels akin to the planning vessels? Of course not. For starters, the moment you announce you're working on a covert surveillance vessel, you've kind of not made it covert, have you? You said ideally a squadron would be a single class. Has there ever been a post-dreadnought class of 8 or more? There was supposed to be the R class, but there's never actually been built them, no. But you have to remember, theoretically, the Queen Elizabeths were going to be 6 ships, and the R's were going to be 8. Diego, under what circumstances could Italy have retained its modern capital ships after World War II? Or were losing was war prize inevitable? Pretty much your only scenario where they retain them is if the Soviet Union is deploying modern battleships. They've got the Sovietsky Soyuz into service, and those ships are now hammering it through the Mediterranean and around North Atlantic, in which case basically everyone who's the Allied side, i.e. the not on the Soviet side, would probably be making sure they kept their ships. It's always appealing, Knights to go for one to use one plane to replace both. That's basically been a British policy from the beginning of aircraft carriers to try and shrink down the number of types of aircraft aboard their carriers. Because it maximises the utility of that single airframe, but also maximises the quantity of those airframes you can carry in the same space. Do I think use of drones in Ukraine by navies involved will be the next main arms race for all countries, i.e. drone motherships like early destroyers? No. There is a simple reason for this, and I keep getting asked the question. There is a video potentially coming. It's able to be voted for on Patreon. I don't think you will see drone motherships. Mainly because we already have drone motherships. If you consider the realities of operating drones, most warships can and do operate some form of drones already. It's not talked about a lot, it's not made a big noise about, but if you go back to some of the advertisements from a few years ago when they're first employing them, oh, we've got this drone operating from our ships. So the thing is, when you're talking about a drone mothership, especially a ship for drones, I don't see that necessarily coming about, because if I wanted to deploy UAVs, probably the best asset to deploy UAVs is my ASW frigate. If I want UAVs, well, are they assisting anti-submarine warfare? Well, then it's probably again going to be my ASW frigate. Maybe my AD destroyer, because they're probably going to be rotary UAVs, and I might be catching them with a net, or I might be landing them on the deck. It really doesn't matter. I've got space. I've got a flight deck. I've got the space. If I'm talking about big strike drones and strike UAVs, well, then I'm probably operating them from the carrier. The US Marine Corps have got a container deployable one, which they're talking about now, and I was just looking at it going, well, if necessary, you could probably fit a launching system in the side of Queen Elizabeth or Prince of Wales quite easily that goes through the hull and launches out the side of the hull if you really wanted it, and you could catch it by it landing on the flight deck. Or you can modify it to land on the flight deck and modify its launch system, because it basically has a catapult system, to launch it off the flight deck. You could fit a catapult system that could literally launch that drone, because it's a drone and doesn't require the same kind of mechanics for its catapult system as you require for a squidgy organic accelerated aircraft, an aircraft with a squidgy organic bit. Because believe it or not, you can design machines which can take G-forces, which would turn the squidgy organic bit in aircraft to mush. So pretty much that's the reason why you're not seeing specific drone ships, and Turkey made a big fuss about turning the LHD into a drone ship, and everyone else looked and went, yeah, but we've already done that. It's really kind of funny. So the idea you're going to see specialist drone ships appear, nah. They're part and parcel. If you consider the Type 26s were quite honest. If you look at the Type 26, look at the Type 31, there's a section called the Mission Bay, and that's able to take all sorts of containers. And if you look at some of the container designs from quite early on, there were various forms of drone operating systems. And so it's been part and parcel of it from the get-go. Scooters go UP. If the US had continued work on airborne carriers after Akron and Macon, could aircraft have been developed that would have been be capable of facing off against German and Japanese contemporaries? Probably. Let's be honest, they wouldn't have had to have the structural construction needed to operate and land on carriers, probably. Unless you wanted them to be able to land on carriers and then take off and connect up to the airships. And if you want to have integrated aircraft like that, you could still operate that sort of system. Those would still have to be heavier built aircraft, but you could have done all sorts of things with them. And, you know. Savlon, do you foresee a super submarine akin to Sequest model moving subsun under sea tug for work recovery? I'm not sure about the unsea tugging for work recovery. That's a bit more difficult work to put in. But the Russians already have submarines which go out to operate mini-submarines. We already have submarines to operate mini-submarines. Look at most of the stuff which happens to employ to put in special forces from submarines. Look at some of the assets they're deployed with. I realise that a lot of people trumpet these things as brand new technologies, but honestly they're evolutions of current technologies which we already have in process. So the thing is, you can do that, and if you look at the AUKUS designs and various other systems, they are talking about having special tubes to deploy UAVs. They're talking about mission modules, etc. So yeah, that's going to happen. That's already well underway. Yeah, Richard, so what are the new weapons for future wars? Space lasers and Terminator robots? Space lasers have to encounter the blooming effect of going into the atmosphere. That's thermal blooming in atmosphere, though it causes fun. So that's your main trouble with your space lasers at our current technology. This is the whole reason why the Star Trek uses phasers rather than lasers, but we'll leave that to one side. It's the scenario you're dealing with a lot of this stuff and a lot of the technology we're talking about is what's viable. What's going to be viable, what's necessarily viable, what's needed to be viable. I would say with a lot of the future of warfare, beware the snake oil salesman telling you they can tell you this weapon is the future of the warfare, the future of weapons. Remember the lesson of the Falklands War, the lesson of World War II, the lesson of pretty much every war that's ever been a contested peer or near-on-peer conflict. The weapons don't work half as good when everyone else is at the same level as you. How does it make the idea of a flying drone aircraft carrier which can launch both launch and recover drones, as a refueling and rearming a possibility? Yeah, you could probably do that. Honestly, you could probably do that with most of the larger transport aircraft. Especially the drones which are caught in a net. They'd have to fly in the back of the aircraft, the tailgate down. But you could have it so that they're launched out the side, like the, I don't know, the Spectre gunship has its guns out the side. So you could have them launched from internally, and they could just fly in the ramp and be caught on the net. Again, that's not a particularly complex tasking. I would probably want to go back, if I could go back to a month at any time, and I want to have the biggest impact, I'd probably go back to January 1905. And I would want to be involved with the Committee on Designs that's putting together HMS Dreadnought under Jackie Fisher. And I would A, shoot down the super firing idea for HMS Dreadnought, and B, so I could, she'd be a 10-gun ship. She'd have super firing both ends with me in charge. And B, I'd want to use that. I'd want to use that to make her faster. So I'd make her slightly narrower in beam, slightly longer in length, and have her engines and try and make her a 24-knot ship. So I'd want to have her at least 24 knots, and I'd try and push for bigger guns. Honestly, I'd honestly go, look, let's try and get the Ellswick Ordnance Company's 14-inch guns. They have, all sorts of interesting systems. What's one interesting thing is the 14-inch 45 gun that Ellswick was working on. That was ready-ish in 1904. Ready-ish. So that's the 14-inch 45. And so you think about that. If Dreadnought is designed, and if someone's managed to push it for it, it's designed with... Because I don't think I'll win the argument on triple turrets. I'd love to. I'd love to push the argument of 5 triple turrets. 24 knots and 14-inch guns, because I just think if HMS Dreadnought sails out around the world and she's got 15, 14-inch guns, I'd say that would cause panic and horror. There'd also be a mass dying of everyone who's ever gone, but the German 11-inch rank is just as good as the British 12-inch. And he's going, yeah, it is, but at the same time it isn't. I would shoot down the wing turret idea. I would shoot down the wing turret idea hard. But yeah, January 1905 would be my fun time I'd go back to. I'd love to go back to Henderson as well and talk with him, but I think I could have had more of an impact with Jackie Fisher at that point than I could necessarily have had with Henderson. Because Henderson's was such a more of an ongoing process. If I go to Henderson, though, I go to the design of Ark Royal. And I basically go bump it up by 1,000 tons and put in some anti-submarine warfare defences. You're going to have 23,000 tons as your limit, mate. You're going to have these things. Push it through and make her that. Or possibly go, look, she's going to be the last one, she's going to be 27,000 tons. Push it, get it 27,000 tons. Oh, honestly, the whole thing with the larger ship, how would I get it past the Treasury? And it's the same way Fisher got Dreadnought past the Treasury. This is a powerful enough ship that no one's going to want to compete with us, and it's going to allow us to make cuts in ships elsewhere, and it's going to deliver us the same power and same status as many other ships. And basically, the thing is, he used that ship not to build the other Lord Nelsons. The fact that he then found himself in a naval race just booked him. But also, if you make it a 24-knot ship, then think about what he has to do to make battle cruisers work. They're going to have to be 30-knot ships from the get-go. Also, they might avoid the wing turrets, so you might end up with something which looks like HMS Tiger a lot earlier. Build more unicorns. I'd love to get more unicorns through, but you can't get that till 1957. If you can get an Ark Royal, and if you can fuse together the ideas of the armoured carrier and the fleet carrier, and the other thing I'd do is deck edge lifts. Honestly, I just had the argument about the deck edge lifts and go, it's going to give you a lot more hangar space. Because you'd be amazed at how much hangar space gets used up by centerline lifts. And if you put deck edge lifts on the Illustrious class design, if you put deck edge lifts on the Ark Royal design, suddenly the space you'd have. Because, you see, it's not just the space. You don't just use the space for the lift coming up and down. You lose the space you have to maintain around the lift for access to the lift and for safety around the lift. And, you know, you don't want to have aircraft, etc., touching in that area. So, it's deck edge lifts. Well, the thing about it, if you build the Dreadnought 24 knots and 15, 14-inch guns, is the poor Americans with their with their ships will just be going, well, let's put it this way: the South Carolina class. We often lump them in with Dreadnoughts, but they have vertical triple expansion engines. But they have top speed of 18.5 knots. 18.5 knots versus 21 knots. They can't really hold that one. But versus 24 knots, they are gone. 8 12-inch guns versus 15 14-inch guns, they're gone again. And so you basically go, you ain't built you ain't built a Dreadnought. And what you're raising the bar, so you're pausing everyone's construction that much longer. The Germans, could they stop for the jump to the 11-inch to the 12-inch? They don't have the development in that time. You think you could be holding up a German battleship construction for 2 years, 3 years maybe, while you're building ships. You could certainly be holding up American construction for about that time while they get the 14-inch gun in service. You know, you just nuked everyone pretty much. And the thing is, 24 knots. If that's your baseline, then imagine what your evolution is. So you jump up. Let's say you jump up an inch and a half in British terms. Okay, you're jumping from 14 to 15.5-inch guns. That's your equivalent of the Orion class. Your Queen Elizabeth class might be 17-inch guns. It changes the entire metric of discussion. You might not even have to do the jump from the 14. You might not even jump from 14-inch 45 up to 14. You have to jump up to 14 to 15.5-inch gun. You might jump up to 14-inch 50s for the Orions. Okay, you might just jump up you might not jump up a size of gun. You might jump up a barrel length. And then who knows what you jump up to for the Queen Elizabeths? There might be 16-inch guns again, because the minimum you can really jump between guns is 1.5 inches. That's the minimum you can really do, and actually have it be a viable jump. So the British do that minimum because it gives them more increments. But 15.5-inch is a bit of a funny size. 16-inch sort of works. So then, you know, you could end up with 15-inch... you might go 14-inch 45 for Dreadnought and her sisters and their successors, and then 14-inch 50s for that, and then Ellswick's Ordnance Company 16-inch 50, or maybe you know, something like that for Queen Elizabeth onwards. Ooh. Good luck, Sam and David. And with Dreadnought as it was historically, generally goes that's big, but we can match it. Whereas pushing Dreadnought that much further, oh good lord. Luke Delport, who do you think is the most overrated admiral and ship class in the Royal Navy's history? Look, I'm trying not to say Beatty as the overrated admiral, but I'm gonna go with Beatty, and I would say overrated ship class from Royal Navy's history. Ooh. It's hard because I like most of the classes, and most of the ones which are well rated are actually quite good. But if you're talking overrated, i.e. you don't get necessarily an accurate picture of their capabilities, I'd say Leander class, because quite a lot of people do harp on how much better they are than the RF fusers, and I don't think actually for their price tag, etc., they're as much of a capability improvement over the RF fusers as they claim to be. That's good, GP. Glad you enjoyed the video about Japan joining the Allies. RG, for a fun one, what would be the reactions of the British or Germans if, via warp some shenanigans, Vanguard and Bismarck merged together with some new ship, and who would be angry in that scenario? Probably the British. Their very efficient design has just been wrecked. The Germans, there's still 15-inch guns, so the Germans aren't too upset, but, you know, the British are annoyed. And the British are annoyed probably at the Germans getting access to probably a bit better quality armour. Quite a bit better quality armor, really. Okay, what are the pros and cons of drone ships like Australia's planning? Well, basically what they're planning, and I do know a little bit about this in terms of drone ships, is they're basically planning surface vessels which are going to be And the reason I know this is thanks to Richard, who's Rich Dunley, who's a former colleague of mine from King's. Basically, they are loyal kayaks. But the pros are it gives you something which can carry a load of firepower that you can come to sea, and then it can be sent back. You can use the missiles on your loyal kayak, and then you can send it back to port remotely, and another one can come up. And so that can be a way of resupplying you at sea without the main ship having to go back and get its missiles restocked. The trouble is with that methodology, and I wanted to track this one. If there's a gap, you're going to be using the missiles on your ship. And at what point you're still going to have to return home once your ships runs out of missiles, your surface ships. And also, how many of these kayaks are you going to need to be able to keep that circuit running? And if I was the enemy, what would I do to impede that circuit of little ships going backwards and forwards? At a certain point, you then end up needing a warship, which is literally escorting a convoy of these UUVs, or the USVs, the uncrewed surface vessels, through the area to the fleets, to rearm the fleets, and then taking the other ones which have used their weapons back. They're an option, okay? They're an option. Everyone's trying to come with ideas of how to do these things, and they're options. Stafford, may I ask your thoughts on Norwegian overview? It's the same size as NATO large frigate small destroyer. Well, the Norwegian OPV is that size for a reason. That's the yeah. I presume you're asking about the ones for the which are built for their Coast Guard. Actually, might not be. There's also Norwegian Navy ones. Oh, hang on, because they're all pretty big. Because they all have to. They have to be all pretty large because of their needing to go through ice and deal with. Yes, the Jan Mayen class. I'm gonna guess. Yeah, the ones which are nearly 10,000 tons. Yeah. I'm going to guess they're that size and tonnage, and the reason they're nearly 10,000 tons, I'm going to guess is because they have some capabilities when it comes to ice. They're replacing Nordkapp class, which had similar weapons and were only roughly 3,000 tons. They had a secondary role as wartime naval escort, fisheries protection, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if these vessels also have, how do I put this, a role when it comes to fisheries protection versus Icelandic trawlers. We all know how tough those things can get, so, yeah. Cool ships, though. They are. Yeah, main class are cool ships. But the Norwegians have always had quite big OPVs because, again, they have to make them ice capable. But again, there's all sorts of other things they could be. Let's put it this way: those are ships which are designed for a Grey War scenario. You can guarantee that with that size. Graham, beat. Graham, the trouble is, my assessment of Beatty starts with him not allowing the fleet air arm to be handed, the Royal Naval Air Service to be handed over lock, stock, and barrel to the Royal Air Force based on his own political acumen. So goes into his divering over the Nelson and the Nelson class battleships, Nelson and Rodney. And goes into various other political vacuous statements he has, and the fact he stays there so long, he actually atrophies quite a lot. And then there's his interfering in the whole write-ups of Jutland, which mean that the Royal Navy almost has a guerrilla war going on of people actually trying to learn what happened at Jutland so they can learn from it while he's First Sea Lord. He is successful in some ways as First Sea Lord. He's also absolutely terrible in others. So no, I'm not necessarily keen on it. And he's often vaunted political skills as First Sea Lord. Well, you then look at what actually happens and you go, not sure, mate. Not sure. All you did was manage to set up an ongoing war with Trenchard. And that wasn't really helpful. Luke Denville, do you think Nelson would not have been ionized if he'd not lined that battle, or would he have been actually seen as an excellent officer? He'd have been seen as an excellent officer. Whether he would have had such a mythology created around him is a completely different matter. That mythology comes from dying the way he does. Take care, Carl. Good luck for your week. That's Aaron. If the Marine Nationale adopted their domestically designed Brigger BR 1120 Sicro jet fighter, would they have any effect on the Assault Rafale in the 1990s? Probably would have built them given a better industry to start from. James Morrison, is there an underrated Admiral ship? King George V class battleships. They are heavily underrated. Underrated Admiral. We all know my opinions on Duncan. He's pretty much ignored as the Age of Sail Admirals go, and I think he's one of the best that we had. Cochrane's always get enough attention, so I'm not going to go on them. World War II, Somerville gets plenty of attention, so he's not him. Harwood, he's good as a Commodore, not so good when he's thrust into politics, which he hasn't been trained for. Vian's not underappreciated mainly because Vian doesn't demand to be appreciated. He and Carlton de Weert would have been an absolute killer formation if ever they combined the two of them together. There aren't many admirals who are underappreciated for their skills. I would say John Cunningham is to an extent because because of Andrew Cunningham, John Cunningham gets gets forgotten quite a lot, and actually he's a very good officer. So I would say John Cunningham is one of those. But that's because most people, when they hear Cunningham World War II, presume it's Andrew. But actually, he succeeded Andrew as First Sea Lord. And, yeah. He spent most of his years as First Sea Lord fighting the government on scrapping ships. And did a very good job. everyone. Okay, so you've blown the ship up to 73 to 84,000 tons. So you've doubled its tonnage. What is that ship? What is she? You've given me a tonnage. What's her speed? What's her armor? What's her? Is she 84,000 tons, but has got 6 inches thick armor? What's her guns? At that point, if she's got 14-inch guns, I'm hoping she has at least 16, if not 20 of the things. If she's got quad turrets, 14-inch, I would presume at least that. You know, what's she armed with? Has she got 16-inch guns? In which case, again, I would hope at least 16 of them at that tonnage. And, you know, what's her armor like? What's the subdivision? And getting into a night fight with something that size, are you equivalent? Because here's the thing again, you know, so what is it getting into a fight with it? Is it another one? Is it an American equivalent? Is it, you know, is Prince of Wales armed with radar? Are they not armed with radar? Are they armed with radar and Prince of Wales not armed with radar? That's a question which has got so many variables. There is no answer to it. And it's the same with the next one. Just because she's bigger, does that affect how her being sunk? Well, if she's one of a number of the same, then that's nothing special. She's sunk, it's going to be the same impact as before, because she's going to be, relatively speaking, the same as all the rest. If, however, she's the only one which is that weight on the Allied side, then it's going to be a far bigger impact. So, yeah, that's not really an answerable question. Yeah, if it's 70 to 80k standard tonnage, yeah, it's bigger than the Montanas. They were in standard 64,240 tons. The Lion class were planned in standard to be 41,200 tons. So you're pretty much adding on a King George V to a Lion in tonnage. And whilst the Yamato class are 72,000 tons fully, 73,000 tons fully loaded, in standard, I think they're about 66. I think from memory, I don't know where I read that, but I'm sure it's 66. So again, you're talking about a massive ship, yes, but what's it carrying? What's it armed with? What's it capable of speed-wise? Is it a 28-knot ship? Is it a 30-knot ship? How deep's its, you know, what's its armor like? Look down. What lessons did the Royal Navy learn from the War of 1812, if any, considering the strategic situation at the end of the Napoleonics? That you had to have you had to have bigger ships as flagships on stations. You couldn't rely on them just being frigate stations. And from that point onwards, that's where the third rates and especially the small third rates had already been out in certain ones, but other one, the larger third rates, and eventually it's the second rates keep being out there in various stations. They always have, and they also build some bases and provide themselves with some infrastructure to make any war like that happen easier. When I was working this out, 12 16.5-inch guns, some plates with double thickness, while I was slight increase, whereas speed would be 28 knots knowing the Royal Navy. So if you've got 12 16.5-inch guns, what am I against? I'm against Bismarck, in which case she's going sayonara. Because if I've got double thickness of armor, and let's be honest, on a Lion and a King George V, they're both 14.7 inches. So if I've got something like 14, it's nearly 30 inches of armor plate, the Bismarck is... Let me put it this way. If I am against the counterpart equal, then it's going to be a fight. If I'm against anything that was conventionally built as it was historically, i.e. Bismarck or Yamato, then they are going goodbye. Because 28 knots means I'm not faster than Yamato. Can't dictate range or anything like that, but that does give me a bit of maneuvering. I'm slower than Bismarck, but I'm not that much enough slower that, frankly, with 12, 16.5-inch guns, if I bump into them at night when they don't see me coming and their radar probably doesn't have the range to pick me up long enough away to tell me it's see it coming, but my radar probably picks them up and I probably know where they are. Considering British radar tended to be more durable and work more often than the German radar. The German radar, when it was working, was excellent. When it was working, it was finicky. But that was mainly due to their access to things like proper rubber and all sorts of things. Honestly, it's a logistics infrastructure issue. In which case, then, if it's a Scharnhorst style scenario, North Cape scenario, and she's on her own and I'm on my own, unlike North Cape, but I'm kind of in on her, then I'm going to get close as I can with my guns pointing at her. I'm going to go full Matapan. Going to get close as I can, and I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until I see the guns start to turn. I'm going to get as close as I can, wait until I see the guns start to turn, and I'm going to let loose my fire. And I'm going to blast to the smithereens. And if it's Prince of Wales is that, then yeah, there's the Battle of Denmark Straits is not a good scenario for them. And nitro's for done that they're designed for 28 knots officially. Lions do have 13 knots listed as some of their speeds, but that's a later design. Officially, in the 1930s, they're designed for 28 knots. But again, it's kind of like HMS Vanguard. I often use the 30 knot speed because by the time they're being built, and this is pretty much after the treaty's gone through and after the things gone, they're talking about 30 knots. But if you're building something that size, you're building something akin with Prince of Wales, it's 28 knots. That's a good run. Sharnos was trying to run away as far as she could anyway. Excuse your language there. She's trying to run as far as she can anyway at that point. But the trouble is, she can't get away in that scenario. Okay. I have got somewhere around here. I have got a book. I don't think there has been a dandelion, but I think there's a reason for that. Why was there no dandelion? I think there's a reason why there's no dandelion, but it wasn't. the British did have a reason, because I remember reading something about why Dandelion wasn't chosen even for the World War One flag class. I just can't remember it. I will, I don't think I'm going to get any packing done this evening, but, you know, I will get some packing done. I haven't done any packing with you watching, don't worry. I'll do it at some point. What? What penetrates 30 inches of armor plate? Not much, but it'd be fun to see something try. Run on. How would the World War I and World War II navies make use of lower canoe type vessels, but with period armament? You can't. Let me put it this way: you have to change so much to make a loyal canoe style vessel work. In terms of data transfer and all sorts of things, communications and control systems and remote controlled weapon systems, you change every single warship. Okay, because if you can remote control the weapons on a ship which is sitting half a mile off your bow, you can remote control the weapons on your own ship. So you have CICs, and that means you reduce crew down into an armoured section. So many things change, it's just, it's not really worth, you can't really work it through, because you have to change so much history. Remember, if the Iron had a ship with that capability you were saying, would the British... Honestly, if the British let it known around the world they had that ship, and I don't know if the Germans could have built an equivalent ship on this. Basically, the thing is with German infrastructure as it was, Scharnhorst and Eisenhower are the Deutschland class are the biggest they can build when they build them. The Scharnhorst and Eisenhower are the biggest they can build when they build them. Bismarck and Tirpitz are the biggest they can build when they build them. That means if the King George V class are nearly 80,000 tons in standard, and have that much firepower and that much armor, then I don't think the Germans are coming out to fight them. I don't think the Italians are coming out to fight them. I think the Japanese are sending a surrender note at that level. Nice question. A demonstrate was supposed to be a night battle. How much would Hood's elderly state and Prince of Wales pre-shakedown state hamper the British? As the same incorrect info about Bismarck being in lead when it is actually Prince Jurgen. Look, if it's a night battle, then they're going to have a few advantages. British have a lot more night training, night combat training. There's also the fact that they might go off their radar blips far more and the size of the blips. But ultimately, they're going to be directing on the biggest flashes, and they're going to be watching for the color of the flashes and the bigger flashes. And so they might... the interesting thing is they could fire and then go, hang on! We've missed the target. It's firing from there. We've got radar problems. It's obviously that one, because that's the bigger booms. But, again, how much of a bigger boom will they be? It depends on the powder, etc. the Germans are using. But there again, the British are not using as bright a stuff as the Germans are. So, the Germans are going to be more visible with their flashes than the British. Let's put it this way. Night battle becomes interesting. And it means the Germans have to rely more on their electronic aiming stuff as well. And that could lead to an interesting discussion, because the German electronic aiming stuff has issues in the battle historically. Seems to be a discussion going on in the chat. Actually, which I think was Dr. Spot's point about Yamato Musashi. As soon as they are built, tell people about them. Make your opponents scared to leave port. Pretty much, yeah. That's the thing. Imagine the papers, they hear that Yamato Musashi are coming, and then Roosevelt says, I'm deploying the standards, which have not been upgraded yet, to Hawaii. Roosevelt sacrifices sailors' lives. Roosevelt puts Navy in peril. All the blooming... He's never going to deploy to blooming Hawaii. Not because those ships are actually a threat. But because... at that time... But because we have nothing to match it. He'd have to announce a doubling of the upgrade program, a redoubling of the capital shipbuilding program. They'd have to do the same in the UK. Honestly, if the Yamato class are when they're laid down in 1937, in terms of Yamato, Musashi laid down in March 1938, and Shinano, of course, laid down in May 1940. So, if they are announced to the world, let's say in January 1939, when they are quite far along and you can show decent-sized hulls, and say, we are building the massive new battleships, you'll literally sink the British and the American rearmament plans, because no matter what they tell their publics, they won't be satisfied with them. No matter what they tell the press, they won't, because the press will just go, but they're so massive. Those have such big guns. And that's the reality of it. That is the reality of it. Yeah. The SN would have to do that alongside shoving next Brightmar who would dredge up the... Yeah. Tillman's plans would come back to haunt the US Navy again. He's been dead for 20 years. He's still torturing us. The IJN had coloured dye packs for their shells. Did anyone attempt to dope their powder propellant to produce unique flash colours? I think everyone experimented with it at various points, but the various options navies went with was different, depending on how they approached it. The British were more obsessed with trying to make their basically their powder not flash and not flash. They wanted flashless powder. And yeah. Richards. Again. And no, incomparable will not work. A nice way. Because, again, the Japanese would probably announce that it was going to be a fast battleship. Yes, it could do 27 knots. Yes, it wouldn't fit the fast battleship requirements and criteria as developed by the Japanese Navy, the Royal Navy, the US Navy, pretty much every Navy when they're defining a fast battleship back in the 1910s. When they're talking about the fast battleship concept. When they are first talking about it, they're defining it as a 28 knot or greater ship, because it has to be able to keep up with cruiser speed, which is 28 knots or faster. Every single one talks about it, but yes, they can only do 27 knots, but they would probably claim they probably say it's gonna be a really fast battleship, or something like that. So they're telling the truth, but they're not quite telling the truth. I guessed Richards, but be nice. How much does 03 Nelson class have on the King George V's? Not as much as you'd like them to have. Honestly, I'd really like the F3s to have had a massive impact on them. Dan Freeman, bedtime. Honestly, I'm thinking it's pretty much bedtime for me as well. I'm going to complete to the 4 hour mark, so there's about another 18 minutes, and then I will finish. Okay, so there's 18 minutes more, because then I'll done 4 hours, and I hope you enjoyed it all. I am currently talking with people about the concept of doing a donathon. I'm not sure what subject I'll do a donathon for. At this rate, with the amount I'm spending in lawyer fees, it'll end up being donathon to pay for me to actually manage to construct and paint my office. The donathon will not be that much money then, but it'll be a case of, yes, please, I'm gonna be live, broadcasting live until I've got enough money to do the work on my office. I just want to paint it orange. I would quite like a decent carpet. I'm not exactly asking for an onerous amount of things. I'd also like the ability to hang some things up on my wall. Oh, good lord, lawyers. Ugh. Every time I talk to a lawyer, they have a bill for me. I swear. Every time. G3 and N3 questions, Donovan. I'd probably have to include Tillman battleships. Make people really happy. Unbuilt battleships, Donathon. Unbuilt battleships and carriers, Donathon. See how much stress you can give me. I say, why do myths of the Anglo-American War without the treaty system persist despite all the evidence that says otherwise? Because... Okay, so... I was reading a lot of comments earlier which basically put forward the idea that World War I was inevitable because people wanted a war. No, World War I was not inevitable, not in the form it was. Not actually happening at all. Just because some people might like the idea of a war, they very rarely have the power to get a war. And let's be honest, most of the people who are pushing for the construction building think that the construction building is going to prevent a war. Because they're going to be obscenely better than everyone else, and they're going to achieve their aims, and then everyone's going to bow down to them. It doesn't happen like that. And then if you look at the Anglo-American relations, they're looking at the sort of scenario. You've got Roskill, you've got all sorts of historians who really pushed up the idea of the threat of an Anglo-American war. With Roskill, it's one of the really interesting scenarios because I look at him and go, you're a naval officer who was serving in this time period as a relatively junior officer. And that, I think, is the problem. I think during that time period, there are a lot of junior officers who hear exercises and war plans and think that means a likelihood of war. And they all take them off. And actually, there are lots of senior officers who are doing those exercises and war plans because who else is Britain going to exercise about fighting? Who else matches in against them? And it's the same for America. You plan to fight the Japanese, you plan to fight the British, because they're the only two who really count. Because let's be honest, the Japanese are the closest to you in size, and the British are the equals to you in size. And it's the same for the British. You plan to fight the Americans and the Japanese, because they're the only two that count when you're doing exercises. Because, let's put it this way, let's say the British do an exercise in 1920. Let's say 1928. 1928. And they pick as their enemy the Italians for the exercise. If you've got the entire Royal Navy able to focus in on the Italians in 1928, how long does the Italian Navy really survive? How much of a problem does that generate for the Royal Navy? Now, the Italian Navy combined with the German Navy, combined with the Japanese Navy, or combined with just the German Navy, present a massive problem for the British because they have to defend the home against a small German force, but they can appear whenever they like, which ties down a lot of British resources. And the Italians split the Mediterranean, so the British have to have forces either end the Mediterranean to block them in and deal them and support the North Africa campaign. So that's a major problem. But a scenario where literally you have the Italian fleet versus just the Royal Navy in 1928, and it's just the Italians. Well, the the home fleet comes from the Gibraltar end, the Mediterranean fleet comes from the Alexandria end, and in the middle, the Italian fleet goes, yowza! We're the filling in the sandwich! And that's the trouble. So if you're planning for a war scenario, who do you plan to fight? Who do you plan? You plan to fight the greatest potential threat. That's not necessarily the most likely threat. There's a reason Britain also has a lot of war plans for dealing with Italy, for dealing with all the other things, because they are more likely threats. So you build war plans for your greatest potential threat, and you have exercises for your greatest potential threat, because worst case scenario, this nation becomes a threat. And for your most likely threats. Because one is a bigger challenge, which is a better training exercise and training scenario for you to try and fight equivalent or greater. And one is the more likely one you have to fight. And yes, we did have plans to blockade France, and we did have war plans for fighting the French as well. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Navy in the 1920s and 30s had war plans for fighting the Spanish, the French, the Italians, the Brazilians, the Argentinians, the Chileans, probably both the Chinese and the Japanese, the Americans, and quite possibly definitely the Soviets, and probably the Ottomans, and the Greeks. Anyone who has any ships which are cruiser or bigger, they will have war plans for fighting. So the answer is, if you're ever incarnated, return as a lawyer, not as a historian. That was definitely Andrew Lambert's methodology. It seems to have worked for him. Same at $5 a piece to have the realism of your fictional battle assessed. Tempting. Run it as a live on UA Ultimate Adrenals. We still have war plans to fight the French. Probably. Probably have war plans to fight the Americans as well. They probably include a lot of glorious things before we die, but you know they will have them. Because you have for the worst case scenarios. That's what you do. I'm sure the Americans have war plans for fighting all of their NATO allies. Because again, that's a worst case scenario. And, well, the thing is, having a national strategy and wanting to stick to it is a lovely thing, Graham. But the thing is, once you're in an alliance, you have to work within the alliance strategy. And that was the real problem, was that the Navy went into the meetings about the sort of scenario with the Entente, thinking it was an agreement, an Entente. And they came out of the cabinet meetings hearing it was an alliance, and Churchill was prepared to honour it as an alliance. And that's the trouble. You know, you can do what you like when it's an alliance and it's not been defined, and that's another big problem with the Entente. It really doesn't define things. It's a really badly worded document and agreement and set of agreements. And frankly, it's more of a logistics transport plan than it is an actual strategy. Because everything's about slotting into the French strategy, because that's as far as the army got. But the trouble is, once you've signed up to it and you've bonded on it, you've kind of given your word. But the trouble is, that doesn't, when you say that, There is nothing Fisher, Battenberg, any admiral can say that's going to get the politicians out of that mindset, because the politicians have made that idea. The only thing they could do to change that would be to lead an insurrection and take over the country, which they're not going to do. Because when the political masters make a decision, that's it. No, Graham, we're not, because you put that. You say that's down to put that down to Battenberg not being able to convince Churchill or anything like that, and it's not Battenberg. No one can convince Churchill on that level, because the Prime Minister, the cabinet have decided it, and that's the point. When the cabinet have decided it, that's it. That's not Battenberg's fault. That's no one's fault. And saying and the idea of Fisher advising them is going to and sit in the room advising them is going to make a difference. It's not. Fisher would threaten to resign. They'd let him resign. Just as what happened over many things, during World War One. The trouble is, Fisher, no one. Once the politicians have made that design and the Prime Minister decided that, that's it. That's that scenario. You're stuck with it. So yeah, this is why again, when I had Battenberg and I was pouring for the thing, I didn't change the strategy because there's no point. Because it's not a strategy. But it's also not Battenberg's fault. It's not any of the admirals' fault. There's nothing they can do to persuade the government to do anything different. And their resignations won't help because the government will just carry on with the same thing. Well, that's what you have been doing in your comments. If you go back and read your comments, that is what the argument you've been making. So you might not think that, but that's what they come across on the side reading them. It's going to depend. If the British have that battleship, does everyone else have that battleship? If the British don't have that battleship, then they're not going to be crying. I never know where this comes from. Where you go, how much crying? The response is always, well, we build our equivalent to match it. There are going to be some trouble. But the thing is, if the British are building that size battleship, it's not going to come out of nowhere. It's going to be done in huge yards, in massive yards, and the yards in public spaces. Everyone's going to see it coming. They're going to have ample opportunity to build their own equivalent to it. So it doesn't matter in that scenario. So no matter, there's no scenario where people start crying over these things. They just build their own ships. Mike Lima, the 777. It's late 1939. If you can give any ship from 1939 to 1945... It's late 1939. If you can give any ship from 1939 to 1945 to the Free Polish, what is the most terrifying thing you can give to them? HMS Vanguard. Technically, she fits in that timeline. If the RN had that OPV that the Norwegians have, it would be classified as an OPV. Goodness gracious me, would that thing get a lot of arguments about it. It really would. Okay. Right then. This is why Kimmel took command of the Pacific Fleet after Nimitz refused. As opposed to Richardson. Richardson did not change new result. Nimitz didn't want the heat. Yeah, pretty much. And the thing is, Kimmel is not given the same information as Richardson, and Richardson had been using that information to argue back with Roosevelt, and Roosevelt didn't like that. Yeah, but the French will probably come with the idea of building it in two places and putting it together. That's what they were doing anyway. The Italians will launch a massive national pride program. The Germans will talk about their H-class, and let's be honest, they go massive anyway, and just plan for the next generation. The Japanese will work on their infrastructure, as they're trying to do anyway. So, yeah, no one's going to cry. They're just going to get work done. Graham, if you wish to write a paper in response to a response video, I will look forward to reading it. No, it's not armed well enough to be called a frigate, let's be honest. It might be big, but it's only armed with, like, a couple of guns. It's Thompson. It's not a frigate. If more of the Sanders were lost at Pearl, did the Iowas and Montanas hit the water faster? Probably. They go up higher priority. Doesn't quite make sense assuming of it, but good luck. You failed to check for potted plants and found a scorching hot iron skillet in the oven. Ouch. I'm sure they're chores, but I'm not sure how they're connected. Such a ship would make, well, it's going to depend on the surface raider, but yes, it would make it probably untouchable by a surface raider. But also, that's a brand new battleship on surface raider. Why would you have that doing that? Unless you have a lot of them. Good night, Graham. And so how much does fear of starting an arms race really play into deciding what the gun would become the iron standard? Not a lot. Honestly, not a lot. If you consider it in the 1918-1919 period, they're already in they're in a qualitative race already with the Americans. That's part of it. They don't really care. They're doing it, and that's fine. And well, for the 1930s design, that's an entirely political argument, which is a pointless political argument. Realistically, it's a pointless political argument. We want 14-inch guns because that's going to look. Because apparently 14-inch gun is less aggressive and less likely to cause a war than a 16-inch gun. No. 14-inch gun is, it allows us to make ships which are going to be more powerful. If we can get everyone down to 14-inch guns, then it's going to make each individual ship, more viable, because we can achieve a greater balance on a 14-inch gun to an extent. But honestly, you just carry fewer 16-inch guns if balance is what you want. It's just fun. It's just a whole lot of politics. Let's say, everyone, having that larger battleship and operating the Mediterranean would be interesting. It's a big target. I think that's the main area. But, you know, you live with it. You adapt to these things. You can have a lot of firepower on it so it can defend itself a lot. Right then, we're now at 4 o'clock. How likely, if the Royal Navy has 5 of those super battleships, that the Germans think thrice about commerce raiding? It depends how quickly they have 5. But it would certainly have an impact on their operations. It would certainly affect on their operations. Right, so I'm going to end the Q&A in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just waiting for the thing to shut. It's going to depend on her subdivision and torpedo defenses, honestly. It should give her a lot more ability to float and a lot more floating style Knights everyone, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting scenario, whatever. Plus a lot more firepower. But again, those things are all part of it. I don't know. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part here. Thank you, H was Verdun. Thank you, Sam Penguins. Thank you, Richards. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Paul Amos. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, everyone who's watching. RG, Knight6831. Thank you, Graham Harlander. Thank you, Steph Thompson. Thank you. Let's see, anyone else? Let's go scroll up here. Thank you, Sen Penguins. Thank you, Funko. Thank you, Melanie1640. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Carl McGasberg, Scooters GP, Richards, Luke Delport. Thank you very much. Thank you, all Geo Guy, and thank you everyone who's been adminning this evening. Thank you. Thank you, Send Penguins. I might have already said that, but I'm going to say it again. Thank you, Nicole Ross. Vanguard would have been interesting in Falklands. It would have been. Thank you, Railway Thinker. Thank you, Niaku4472. Thank you, Avis. Thank you, Bijon. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Tim O'Neill. And thank you, Cornish. Thank you, everyone who's been on here this evening. Have a nice evening. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you, DG40, Raptorat, Inns Morrison. Thank you, everyone who's been here. And thank you. Thank you very much, and take care. Toodles.